Chapter 2108. After the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain quietened down, Jinbei looked at Hongming and said, "Since Ouyang Tian and Dao Qi both pointed out your son-in-law's crimes, it means that this matter is true. The mysterious demon clan has an undeniable responsibility for this disaster. Now, lead the mysterious demon clan out to deal with the devouring celestial bug." This suggestion was immediately approved by the million fiendish cultivators. Cheers rose and fell at the foot of the mountain. The mysterious demon clan has committed grave sins. We must lead the battle to atone for our sins. I heard that Hongming's son-in-law is not a fiendish cultivator. Who exactly is he? What is his purpose in coming to Demonic City this time? Is there a need to guess? That weakling must have planned to destroy Demonic City a long time ago. First, he used flowery words to confuse Hong Chenwu. Then, he obtained Hongming's protection. That's how he could do whatever he wanted in Demonic City. In the end, he caused this irreversible disaster. Sigh. Hong Chenwu is known as one of the 5 fairies of Demonic City. She was actually tricked by a cultivator from another clan. As the saying goes, all the good cabbages are taken by pigs. The mysterious demon clan cultivators were furious and panicked when they heard the million fiendish cultivators discussing them like a tidal wave. Hong Chenwu's pretty face was so red that water was about to drip out. Some of the unbearable words made her extremely embarrassed and angry. How dare a bunch of weaklings criticize my beloved daughter? If anyone dares to spout nonsense again, I will tear their stinky mouth apart. Hongming could not take this kind of insult. A true form aura surged from his body as he roared like thunder. Many low-level fiendish cultivators felt dizzy. Even Ekiana supremacies immediately shut their mouths. However, a few disaster transformation almighties were still grumbling. Anyway, they had more people on their side, so they did not have to be afraid of Hongming. Devil King Hongming is so impressive. Is he trying to go against the entire Demonic City? The Thunder Monarch sneered. Adding insult to injury was his hobby. Thunder Monarch, don't try to drive a wedge between us. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Otherwise, shut your stinky mouth. Hongming's gray hair was standing on top of his head. The Thunder Sovereign was afraid. His cultivation level was only at the first stage true form realm, while Hongming had attained the second stage true form realm not long ago. If the two of them really fought one-on-one, the Thunder Sovereign would likely lose. Of course, I'm not afraid of fighting you one-on-one, but you're still thinking about internal strife now that we're facing a great calamity. As expected, you don't care about the safety of Demonic City at all. All these years, I've allowed your Black Demon clan to monopolize the resources of the second Demon Peak. I've really fed them to the dogs. The Thunder King snorted coldly. Hongming couldn't take it anymore and struck out with her palm. The void rumbled as the Zhen Yuan hand blotted out the sky. The Thunder King's expression changed drastically. He didn't even need to fight back to realize that he would definitely be severely injured by this palm strike. Hongming, you're really rebelling. The dark demon golden steel let out a low roar, and another handprint appeared in the void. These 2 true essence handprints were like 2 dark clouds colliding in the void. Rumble. The sky shook. The ground beneath everyone's feet shook. Even the cultivators who were hovering on swords felt a huge force and were sent flying. Brother Golden Steel. Hongming is a Demonic City cultivator, but he joined forces with outsiders to destroy Demonic City. Now, Brother Golden Steel has the highest cultivation level in Demonic City. Please lead the way. The few of us will join forces to destroy Hongming and get rid of this evil for the clan. The Thunder King immediately shouted. I'm willing to join the battle and do my part for Demonic City. Ouyang Tian stood up. I'll join too, Nie Yuan said. The few true form realm cultivators in Demonic City could form a top force. They were able to form a top force, and there were even a few peak disaster transformation experts from Dao Qi joining them. With such a powerful lineup, No one in the entire West Ocean continent would be able to stop them, let alone in Demonic City. Old thief Hongming, I'll give you one last chance. Either you go out and destroy the immortal engulfing bug and do your part for Demonic City to atone for your sins, or we join forces to destroy the entire Black Demon clan and leave no one alive. The golden steel shouted in the sky. Hongming was furious. Once upon a time, when Patriarch Hongming had been alive for a few hundred years, Demonic City had been completely under the control of the Black Demon clan. They had been respected by millions of fiendish cultivators. Now that millions of fiendish cultivators had gathered and a few true-form realm mighty figures had joined forces to force the Black Demon clan, things had changed. Qin Feng will not harm Demonic City. You must be mistaken, Hong Chan-Wu said anxiously. The golden steel did not even look at her. He said coldly to Hongming, "You have 3 seconds to consider. If you're not willing to fight, I'll kill your daughter first." "Don't you dare!" Hongming roared into the sky like an enraged lion. Violent quintessential essence surged from the golden steel and the others at the same time. The battle was about to begin. "All right, I'll go out and destroy the immortal engulfing bug alone. You guys are not allowed to make things difficult for any cultivator of the Black Demon clan." In an instant, Hongming seemed to have aged 100 years. He felt humiliated by making this decision, but there was nothing he could do. Before Hongming could fly out of the array formation around the demonic peak, a cold voice sounded. "Old Dao Qi, you know better than anyone else what the situation was like at the heavenly peak. As a peak disaster transformation mighty figure, don't you feel ashamed to invert right and wrong and frame others?" Hongming's expression changed drastically. He stopped in midair. That cold voice was extremely familiar. It was Qin Feng's voice. The millions of fiendish cultivators below the demonic peak looked into the sky at the same time and saw a white light flash. The person was too fast, and they could not see the exact situation. Unknowingly, a tall figure landed in the sky above demonic peak number 2. That person was dressed in a snow-white robe, and his long hair was flying in the wind. His aura was unpredictable, making it hard to tell what was real. He was young and looked to be no more than 30 years old. However, when he stood on the peak alone, it was as if the entire sky was his territory. "Who are you? I don't even know you. Why are you slandering me?" Dao Qi's eyes were spewing fire as he stared into the sky. The identity of the person was unknown, and his aura was also unpredictable. Even a mighty figure like Dao Qi was a little wary. However, many people recognized Qin Feng. During the huge battle below demonic peak number 2, Qin Feng had used his original appearance. On the heavenly peak number 2, I only wore a mask magic artifact. "Did you hear me when I advised you to leave?" Qin Feng's voice was cold. The crowd exclaimed. Many people reacted. So, Qin Feng and Xiao Feng were the same person. No wonder Hongming had been protecting these two identities. "And how dare you come back? Don't even think about leaving demonic capital alive today," Thunder King said furiously. Nia Yuan thought quickly and connected all the recent events. "So, you and Hongming have been in cahoots for a long time. First, you cured Hongming's pill poison and then helped him break through to true realization state. Then, you went to the heavenly peak number 2 together and released the devouring immortal bug. Tell me, who are you? What faction is supporting you?" Nia Yuan's analysis was reasonable, and many cultivators took it seriously. Qin Feng could not be bothered with him. His good intentions had turned out to be bad intentions. Qin Feng could not be bothered to leave the West Ocean continent. "Ant, watch this old man destroy you." Dao Qi roared and suddenly charged into the sky. He had already disliked Qin Feng on the heavenly peak number 2. However, there had been a sudden change, and the devouring immortal bug had flown out, so he could not deal with Qin Feng. Now that he had the Thunder King and the other true realization mighty figures to rely on, Dao Qi was not afraid of Hongming attacking him. In his opinion, as long as Hongming did not help Qin Feng would be an ant for him to kill. Rumble. A huge quintessential essence handprint appeared and caused an explosion in the sky. However, Qin Feng was no longer there. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. "Are you looking for me?" A cold voice came from behind Dao Qi. It was like the summoning of the Grim Reaper. Before Dao Qi could react, a powerful magnetic field rippled around him. He immediately felt his movements slow down. "This is field? You're merely a first-stage Ekiana tripod realm cultivator. How could you comprehend field?" Dao Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feng did not answer Dao Qi's question at all. A ball of blue flame rose behind him. It was as if a scorching sun was overhead. However, after the flame appeared, a cold wind blew in the field. The air instantly froze, and even Dao Qi was frozen into an ice sculpture. I was indeed at the first stage Ekiana tripod realm 3 months ago. However, I'm not anymore. As Qin Feng's cold voice spread, the ruler in his hand slashed down. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a crisp cracking sound was heard from Dao Qi's body. Dao Qi was still conscious. He was struggling to escape from the ice layer and the field. Perhaps the extreme cold had numbed his pain nerves. When Dao Qi's arm split open, he did not notice it at all. Crack! Crack! Not only his arm, but his legs and body had also split open. The knife marks were extremely small and could not be seen with the naked eye. After slashing down with his saber, Qin Feng retracted his aura. The blue flame that had risen behind him also disappeared. When the ice heart flame disappeared, the snowy environment instantly stopped. It was as if it had never appeared. Bang! At that moment there was a dull sound. Dao Qi's body split open. It was as if he had been dismembered by 5 horses in the sky. However, this was not the end. Every part of his body continued to shatter. In the end, he turned into grain-sized ice shards that scattered on the ground. A peak disaster transformation realm almighty had been destroyed. This attack had been completed in one go. It had happened in the blink of an eye. When the Thunder King and the rest came back to their senses and wanted to help, they realized that it was too late. Dead. Senior Dao Qi is already dead? Where did that guy come from? His skills are too terrifying. He could actually kill a peak disaster transformation realm almighty instantly. It is obvious that he has already stepped into the true form realm. He definitely has helpers. They should be a group of true form almighties. It seems like Demon City was not destroyed by the devouring celestial bug. It was eliminated by other forces. Old thief Hongming, as a member of Demon City, you actually colluded with outsiders to destroy Demon City. Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. When the million fiendish cultivators woke up, there was a raging discussion at the foot of the demon peak. A few true form almighties were furious. Their divine senses locked onto Qin Feng at the same time. "And if I don't kill you today, I will not be the top expert of Demon City." Jinbei growled and took the lead to attack. His palm hit the air. The sky was shaking. A huge handprint covered the entire void of the demon peak. When he attacked, it brought with it the aura of a catastrophe. Chapter 2109. Young Hero Qin, be careful! Hong Chen Wu shouted anxiously. Hong Ming took out a flying sword. The sword flare pierced through the quintessential essence handprint and seemed to split the sky into 2. The quintessential essence handprint's attack was neutralized by the surging sword chi. However, when the 2 halves of the handprint fell to the ground, there was also a violent explosion. Qin Fin was sent flying by the aftershock and vomited blood in midair. When he fought with the true form mighty figures again, he realized that his current cultivation level was still lacking. He couldn't care too much anymore. He took out a calamity pill and swallowed it, trying to break through to the disaster transformation realm in this desperate situation. Speaking of this calamity pill, Qin Fin hadn't used the phoenix flower to refine it. The Calamity Pill was already a level 9, level 7 king pill. Qin Fin couldn't refine it at all. This pill had been given to Qin Fin by the old monster sealed in the cave abode on Bailing Mountain in the mystic realm of the Purple Cloud Mountains. In order to get Qin Fin to help him break the seal, the old man had thrown out many precious resources as bait. 3 stalks of rank 7 spirit herb fire spirit lotus, 3 stalks of rank 5 spirit herb 100 pasture grass, 3 stalks of rank 7 spirit herb fragrant flower, a true artifact grade 7 colored ghost face soul banner, a brightly colored feather, a hard rhinoceros horn, an extremely tough rubber band, and the second part of the creation of heaven and earth art. Finally, there was a bottle of pills. Qin Fin had only thought of that bottle of pills on his way back to Mo, due after breaking through. He had expected that he would most likely die in this battle and had planned to clear out all the treasures in his storage ring. He had accidentally found a jade bottle in a corner. There was only one pill in the jade bottle. It was the Calamity Pill that he urgently needed. Qin Fin had originally planned to wait until his current realm had stabilized before eating the pill to break through to the disaster transformation realm. However, the current situation didn't allow him to wait. Old thief Hong Ming, are you really rebelling? Jin Bei's palm had been aimed at Qin Fin's life, but Hong Ming had stopped it. He was furious. Hong Ming didn't have time to deal with him. He leaped into the sky above where Qin Fin had fallen and extended his divine sense, watching the true form mighty figure's every move. Young hero Qin, are you all right? As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it melted. Spiritual qi surged, and Qin Feng's body was about to explode. He suddenly roared towards the sky. His white robe exploded, and his hair fell down. Hong Ming could not understand what was going on. She quickly wanted to go down and check on Qin Fin. However, before she could do anything, several surging black clouds appeared in the sky. The black clouds contained a destructive aura. It turned out that the Thunder Sovereign and the others had combined their quintessence attacks. If they were fighting one-on-one, Hong Ming would not be afraid of any of them. However, a few true form mighty figures were attacking consecutively. The misty handprint rumbled, and just the intense explosion was enough to make one feel hopeless. Senior Hong Ming, hurry up and leave. Qin Feng's roar was deafening like thunder. Hong Ming was not willing to leave him alone. She immediately sent out a few palm strikes. However, the quintessential essence palm strikes instantly dissipated when they collided with the rolling black clouds. It was as if her ferocious attacks had struck cotton. The million demonic cultivators were dumbfounded. Almost all the true form realm cultivators in Demonic City had gathered here. When these true form mighty figures attacked with all their might, the destructive power they brought could destroy heaven and earth. The magnificent scene in the void made people infinitely smaller. They were as insignificant as the stars in the vast universe. Rumble, deafening explosions sounded one after another. Hong Ming could only withstand 3 palm strikes. His body could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground. This huge battle seemed to have just begun, but Hong Ming and Qin Feng were already seriously injured. The Thunder Sovereign and the others sneered disdainfully, but the mystic demon race was filled with fear. Young hero Qin, are you all right? Hong Ming landed beside Qin Feng and realized that he was sitting cross-legged in the crater and circulating his quintessential essence. Senior, I'm about to break through, Qin Feng said with his spiritual sense. Hong Ming's expression changed drastically. He could not understand Qin Feng's thoughts at all. He was about to die, but Qin Feng still had the mood to break through? You're about to break through? Break through to the second stage Ekiana tripod realm? Not the Ekiana tripod realm. I'm breaking through to the disaster transformation realm. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded. Before Hong Ming could understand what Qin Feng meant, He was shocked by the sudden explosion and subconsciously looked toward the sky. A lightning tribulation struck. It split the condensed, quintessential essence, clouds in the sky, and a violent storm descended. The remaining quintessential essence was blown away and completely disappeared under the washing of the rain. What is this? Could it be that the lad's helpers are here? What a powerful, mighty figure! He broke the consecutive attacks of the Thunder Sovereign and the other True Form Realm seniors with one strike. What realm has he reached? Demonic City is going to perish. Demonic City is going to perish. The million demonic cultivators were stunned by the lightning. The huge commotion seemed like the sky was collapsing. However, this was just the beginning. When the first lightning struck, a few more waist-thick lightning struck the ground a few seconds later. This is not a man-made attack. It's a lightning tribulation. Jean Bei had already discovered the situation, but the truth was shocking. His eyes were about to fall out. When the Thunder Sovereign and the other True Form Realm mighty figures understood the situation, they were also dumbfounded. They had already discovered that Qin Feng was attracting the lightning to break through, but this lightning tribulation was too fierce. It was not weaker than the lightning tribulation that Hong Ming had triggered when she broke through to the True Form Realm 3 months ago. Isn't that lad at Cauldron Filling State Level 1? Why would he trigger such a powerful lightning tribulation? North Nether Mountain Sect, leader, demon, Venerable North Dark, was puzzled. Thunder Sovereign murmured, "No, this isn't a Cauldron Filling State lightning tribulation. It's a disaster transformation state lightning tribulation." That lad actually went from Cauldron Filling State Level 1 to disaster transformation state in just 3 months. Everyone was shocked. Only now did everyone recall a fact. Not long ago, Qin Feng had killed the disaster transformation state, peak stage, Dao, Qi sect leader with one move. How could a Cauldron Filling State Level 1 cultivator do this? He's really breaking through to disaster transformation state. This lad is too insane. Nie Yuan exclaimed. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread quickly among the crowd. The million fiendish cultivators were extremely shocked. Even in the entire West Sea state, no one could go from Cauldron Filling State Level 1 to disaster transformation state in just 3 months. Rock! It must be that rock. Jean Bei's eyes lit up. His old eyes looked straight into the sky pit in the lightning sea. His body flashed, and he actually dashed down. Rumble! Before he landed, his true essence hand seal floated in the air. True Qi was like tumbling waves, tearing the air apart. He charged towards the sky pit with an unstoppable force. Little ant, hand over those rocks, or you'll die. Jean Bei used his spirit sense to communicate with Qin Feng. Crack! Qin Feng didn't answer at all. Or rather, what answered him was a sky-tearing thunder. Qin Feng casually threw out several array flags. The array flags landed around the golden tablet and immediately formed a lightning-attracting array. The lightning tribulation that fell from the sky exploded on his body. Crackle! The power of this lightning tribulation surprised Qin Feng. It was dozens of times stronger than the Cauldron Filling State lightning tribulation. Luckily, there was a group of truth realization state powerful cultivators to help him block the lightning. Otherwise, he might die under the power of the 9 transformation, true lightning. A loud noise shook the sky. Jean Bei's true essence armors shattered instantly. Black smoke billowed from his body as he was smashed into the ground by the lightning. The million fiendish cultivators gasped. They were shocked by this destructive lightning tribulation. Even the Thunder King and the other truth realization state powerful cultivators were shocked. They even felt a trace of fear. Wait, this isn't an ordinary cultivator's lightning tribulation. Nie Yuan's expression changed drastically. The others all looked at him. Dark North Demon Venerable asked, "What kind of lightning tribulation is that?" This This should be the divine supreme continent's sure-kill lightning tribulation. Nye Yuan was so emotional that he almost shouted. His voice echoed in everyone's mind. Sure-kill lightning tribulation? Many people's expression changed drastically. They had clearly heard of sure-kill lightning tribulation. What is a sure-kill lightning tribulation? Some didn't know. Legend has it that there are 9 types of rare lightning tribulations in the divine supreme continent. Each one is extremely ferocious, and there's no chance of surviving it. Hence, it's called the 9 great sure-kill lightning tribulations. Although these 9 types of lightning tribulations are extremely ferocious, as long as one can survive it, he or she will be reborn and become an ultimate god. Legend has it that the most powerful grand Tao god of the divine supreme continent triggered a sure-kill lightning tribulation when he broke through. After the explanation, the million pairs of eyes stared at the sea of lightning in the sky. The shock in their eyes couldn't go away. If this ferocious lightning tribulation was really one of the sure-kill lightning tribulations, then wouldn't Qin Fen be a once-in-1,000 years ultimate god? With his current cultivation level, he could instantly kill a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator. If he successfully broke through the lightning tribulation, wouldn't he be invincible in the West Sea state? No need to doubt it. That kid definitely triggered a sure-kill lightning tribulation. This isn't the first time he triggered a sure-kill lightning tribulation. Otherwise, how could he kill a disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator when he's only at the cauldron filling state? Thunder King said coldly. Jin Bei flew back from the huge pit with great difficulty. His body was badly mutilated from the explosion, and he no longer looked like an expert. This damned ant. If we don't join forces to kill him today, we will be the ones to die when he successfully transcends the lightning tribulation. Jin Bei said fiercely. Brother Jin Bei, what is the stone you mentioned earlier? Nye Yuan was curious. In fact, he had observed carefully. During the previous battle on the number 2 Demon Mountain, the golden tablet had also mentioned the stone. Furthermore, every time the stone was mentioned, the golden tablet, a true form mighty being would be in a mess. It's an ultimate treasure that you guys can't imagine. Let's kill that kid first. Jin Bei kept his mouth shut. After all, the secret of the immortal stone was very important. He wouldn't say anything until the last moment. Something that Jin Bei had been thinking about and even said was an ultimate treasure would naturally not be bad. The Thunder King and the others were a little tempted. No matter what, they had to kill Qin Fen. If they could get a share of the ultimate treasure after killing him, it would be a pleasant surprise. Whoosh! However, just when the few of them discussed to continue attacking together, the void was torn apart by a white electric flare. A deafening sound was heard, and the violent airflow shook the ground. The 307 Demon Mountains showed signs of collapsing. This time, the Thunder King's expression changed drastically when the array flag appeared next to him. He immediately felt that he was being shrouded by death. However, before he could react, a continuous loud sound came from his body. He screamed and fell at the foot of the mountain 1,000 meters away. Chapter 2110. The expressions of the remaining people greatly changed. But in this short moment of shock, the array flags that filled the sky scattered like a flock of butterflies. Crackle! The lightning tribulation was abnormally ferocious. Whenever a bolt of lightning appeared, it would tear space apart. The lightning sea floated in the air. The power of the lightning tribulation that was supposed to land on Qin Fen's head had all struck the few true form state cultivators. Amidst the continuous thunderclaps and explosions of the true essence giant hands, the millions of demonic cultivators even experienced temporary tinnitus in their ears. The fierce movements were no longer transmitted into their ears in the form of sound, but through the violent shaking of the mountains and the fluctuations of true essence, they could feel it even more vividly. Who is that person? He can fight multiple truth realization state, Qianbei at the same time and not lose. I know. Rumor has it that Hongming found a grand ultimate god to help her during the battle outside the second demon peak a few months ago. So that grand ultimate god is the man in front of us. Hongming didn't protect the man, but the man protected the mysterious demon clan. Is this the legendary Shirkill lightning tribulation? This is practically an apocalyptic calamity. The millions of demonic cultivators had their horizons broadened. It turned out that the world of high-level cultivators was like this. There was no need to use quintessential essence in a fight. All they had to do was to use the power of the thunder tribulation. Qin Fun was indeed using the lightning tribulation to strike the true form realm cultivator. There was probably no other cultivator in the divine continent who dared to break through in front of a true form realm mighty figure and use the lightning tribulation to strike the true form realm cultivator. Looking at the spectacular sea of lightning, Hongming's jaw dropped. Not long ago, when he heard Qin Feng say he was going to break through, he thought he was crazy. Now he was about to go crazy. There was no longer anyone who could stop Qin Feng from breaking through. Following that, the lightning tribulation became even more ferocious. Qin Feng continued to throw out array flags. However, these array flags were not thrown at the Thunder Sovereign and the others. Instead, they were all gathered at the array walls surrounding the Demon Mountain. What is he doing? It's over. He wants to draw the Thunder Tribulation to the formation wall. If the formation wall of the Devil Mountain is destroyed, the celestial devouring insects outside will be able to fly in. This guy really came to destroy Demonic City. How can he be so vicious? No one could understand Qin Fen's actions. Even Hongming and Hongchen Wu were dumbfounded. Young hero Qin, what are you doing? Hongming was shocked. Senior, I want to blast open the Demon Peaks formation wall. Qin Fen did not hide anything. Hongming jumped in fright. Qin Feng, why did you destroy the formation wall? This way, the celestial devouring insects outside will be released, and then everyone will die. Qin Feng naturally knew better than Hongming how powerful those bugs were. However, he also knew that sitting around and waiting for death was useless. Now, Qin Fen's lightning tribulations were endless. Furthermore, he was only halfway through his breakthrough. He wanted to use the lightning tribulations to bombard the immortal devouring bug to see if it would have any effect. Senior Hongming, we'll have to fight sooner or later. Why drag it out? Why don't we quickly find the weakness of the celestial devouring insects and destroy them as soon as possible? Qin Feng said quickly. Hongming's expression changed unpredictably. He had already understood Qin Fen's thoughts. After some consideration, Hongming began to agree with Qin Fen's point of view. This disaster was not only a disaster for Demonic City, but also a disaster for the entire West Sea continent. If they did not think of a way to destroy the celestial devouring bug as soon as possible, they would die sooner or later. Senior, haven't you noticed? Those celestial bugs are constantly reproducing. That's the main reason why we have to act as soon as possible, Qin Fen added. Actually, the celestial bugs that had flown out of the sky-reaching main peak were not as spectacular as the ones before him. Qin Fen made a rough calculation. In the short span of 3 months, the number of celestial bugs had at least doubled. This terrifying reproduction rate shocked Qin Fen. He knew that all the West Sea continent cultivators were racing against time. If they did not destroy these celestial bugs as soon as possible, they would be engulfed and turned into ruins sooner or later. I see. I'll help you break the array. After understanding the current situation, Hongming soared into the sky. In a few breaths' time, he had already landed beside the array wall of the demonic peak. He did not hold back at all. His quintessential essence, giant hands, kept falling, stirring up layers of ripples on the array wall. Hongming is indeed in cahoots with that kid. They want to work together to break the array. What should we do now? If we let them succeed, everyone will die. Since we're going to die either way, let's fight it out with Hong Ming, that dog thief. With someone taking the lead, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators immediately followed. These cultivators were of different realms. There were peak calamity transformation realm cultivators, true spirit realm cultivators, and Buddha light realm cultivators who were at the bottom. Before these cultivators could get close, a lightning bolt fell, creating a huge ravine on the ground. The ravine was 100 meters deep. It was like a crack in a cliff, dividing the battlefield into two. You ignorant people, it's fine if you don't want to help, but if anyone dares to cause trouble, I guarantee that the next lightning tribulation will land on them, Qin Fin growled. His voice was as cold as a knife. The group of demonic cultivators who had gone berserk due to a moment of excitement immediately stopped. They were afraid that the fire in their hearts would be extinguished by that lightning bolt. All that was left was the lingering fear of escaping death. Rumble! Lightning bolts and quintessential essence collided fiercely against the array wall. An hour later, a formation core loosened. Soon, there was a loud sound, and the entire demonic peak territory shook. Not good. There's a hole in the array wall. Someone cried out. The expressions of the millions of demonic cultivators changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they could already see the end of the world. When a small hole appeared on the array wall, the black fog outside suddenly surged, forming a cone-shaped hurricane that crazily drilled into the demonic peak territory. The devouring celestial bugs are here. Everyone run. Is that bastard Hong Ming crazy? What benefits does he get from colluding with outsiders to destroy demons? Ah, my arms are gone, my legs are gone, my head. The devouring celestial bugs were very fast. They had already snuck into the crowd without a sound. The millions of demonic cultivators were in a mess. Many cultivators had mysteriously disappeared. The scene was extremely terrifying. Qin Fin raised his brows and immediately drew the lightning tribulation to the area near the array wall. There were many spirit insects there, forming a dense black cloud. Whoosh! The blazing white lightning bolt fell to the ground. When it passed through the black fog, it was like the hope of the night. The explosion was earth-shattering. Ferocious quintessential essence surged, and waves of heat came one after another. Qin Fin immediately extended his divine sense and scanned the area shrouded in dust. His eyes instantly shot out a bright light. More than half of the black fog actually dispersed. Young hero Qin, how's the effect? Hong Ming asked impatiently. If even the lightning tribulation couldn't kill those insects, he would immediately lead everyone out of Demonic City. It's lethal. I'll continue to strike. Senior, bring the others to hide in the demonic peak. Qin Fin could not hide the excitement in his tone. Hong Ming's grave expression also faded a little. His eyes shone with hope. He leaped up to the peak of the second demonic peak and used his quintessential essence to send a voice transmission. Young hero Qin is going to use the lightning tribulation to kill the celestial insects. Everyone immediately return to the demonic peak where your sect is located to take refuge. If there's nowhere else to go, temporarily hide in the second demonic peak. Chapter 2111. The millions of demonic cultivators who were fleeing were shocked. Wasn't Hong Ming with Qin Fin to betray Demonic City? Why would she be so kind as to help everyone escape? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run back to your respective demonic peaks to take refuge. There are defensive formations on each demonic peak. They can buy us some time, Hong Ming shouted again. Some people came to their senses and immediately fled. They were very careful as they fled, still wary of Qin Fin and Hong Ming. More and more black fog floated into the territory of the demonic peaks. Qin Fin's lightning tribulation descended ferociously like a thunderstorm in the sky. Look, that person seems to really be killing the celestial devouring bug. This lightning tribulation is so ferocious. It can even kill the celestial devouring bug. Is Demonic City saved? Many cultivators who returned to the demonic peaks began to watch the battle. When they saw the black fog dissipating, they were extremely excited. The Thunder Sovereign and the others looked at each other. They had always thought that Qin Fun and Hongming were working together to rebel. They never expected that the two of them would take the initiative to resist at such a crucial moment. Could we have misunderstood Hongming? Nie Yuan mumbled to himself. Although I still feel enmity towards Hongming and that kid, I have to say that we might have really misunderstood about destroying Demonic City. The Thunder Sovereign's tone was much gentler. However, Ouyang Tian immediately jumped out to refute. Don't be fooled by those two cunning fellows. I saw Qin Fun release the celestial devouring bug with my own eyes. It can't be fake. If Starlight sect leader Dao Qi was still alive, he would definitely speak up for Ouyang Tian. Unfortunately, only Ouyang Tian still insisted on denying Qin Fun and Hongming. That was because Qin Fun had killed his son, Ouyang Jun, at the foot of Demonic Peak No. 1. He swore he would not rest until he took revenge. Brother Ouyang, if Hongming and Qin Fun really released the celestial devouring bug and wanted to destroy Demonic City, why are they still fighting the celestial devouring bug here? Demon Sovereign North asked. Ouyang Tian couldn't find an excuse either. He curled his lips and said, "They're just putting on an act. They're afraid that they'll leave behind a terrible infamy in history. I'm sure that the grandson surnamed Qin will immediately flee with the Black Demon clan after his tribulation. Who can stop them then?" Ouyang Tian's words woke them up with a start. This kind of speculation was not impossible. After all, Qin Feng was still undergoing tribulation and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "Big brother Jinbei, what do you think we should do now?" the Thunder King asked. The Golden Tablet's mind was on the immortal stones, so naturally it was eager for Qin Feng to be killed. But now that the array wall of the Devil Peak had been broken, the devouring immortal insects had flown in, and an entire Devil Peak, only Qin Fen's thunder tribulation could kill those immortal insects. If Qin Fen died, so what if he obtained the immortal stones? Everyone would probably die in the Demon Peak. No matter what, the one with the surname Qin is currently killing the immortal bugs. Why don't we wait for a while? If that bastard wants to escape after successfully overcoming his tribulation, we'll kill him even if we have to risk our lives, said Jinbei. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Ouyang Tian shouted anxiously, "Brother Jinbei, Qinlai is a divine lord who descended to the world. He can kill a peak disaster transformation stage cultivator at the Ekiana Cauldron Realm. If he succeeds, we won't be able to stop him. You don't have to say anything more. Anyway, I won't take action now. You guys can decide whether to take action or not." Jinbei leaped and disappeared into a Devil Peak. The Thunder King, Nie Yuan, and the other True Form Realm cultivators also dispersed, planning to wait and see. Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything to Qin Fen. Even if Hongming didn't help Qin Fen, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of Qin Fen's lightning punishment. The millions of cultivators outside the Devil Peak disappeared instantly. Most of them hid in the Devil Peaks where their sects were located. Some cultivators were a little slower and were instantly engulfed by the black fog. In the vast Devil Peak, only Qin Fen was left sitting quietly at the bottom of the mountain. The sea of lightning above his head was tumbling. To the cultivators standing on the Devil Peaks, it looked like numerous thunder dragons were circling above the Devil Peak and roaring. Crackle! Thunder rumbled. As Qin Fen kept throwing the formation flags in his hand, thunder flares exploded in all directions. When it landed, it was a scene of ruins. The entire mountain was blasted until there were crisscrossing cracks. It was as if the mountain was going to collapse and the earth was going to crack. Under such a fierce attack, the black fog that flew into the Devil Peak instantly exploded. Countless celestial devouring insects fell as if it was raining immortal insects. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Qin Fen glanced at the sky and his expression changed slightly. Master, you killed the newly bred, celestial devouring insects. The immortal insects that flew out of the heavenly peak are basically unaffected by the thunder tribulation, Little Pig said. Qin Fen was startled. He felt that something was wrong. With Little Pig's reminder, he immediately found the root of the problem. Although the celestial devouring insects fell to the ground like pieces of the void exploding under the bombardment of the sea of lightning, the falling immortal insects had weak auras. They were comparable to the batch of immortal insects in the heavenly peak. Why is this happening? Qin Fen couldn't understand. Little Pig said quickly, Master, the celestial devouring insects reproduce by splitting their consciousness. Splitting their consciousness. Qin Fen's expression changed drastically. Little Pig continued, That's right. As long as these immortal insects are activated with their consciousness, they can split into a new life form. However, the main body will only split an extremely small amount of weak consciousness to ensure that the main body's consciousness is still strong. Therefore, the new body is extremely weak at the beginning. With the strength of their consciousness, they can't withstand a single blow. If they encounter a cultivator or treasure with a powerful consciousness, they will perish. Therefore, the new body must devour a large amount of spiritual objects to strengthen their consciousness and mature. This is the reproduction process of the celestial devouring insects. Qin Fen suddenly felt a sense of despair. He realized that the celestial devouring insects that were killed by the thunder tribulation were all new bodies. As for the mature bodies that flew out of the heavenly peak, they were not affected by the thunder tribulation at all. Senior Hongming, hurry and get everyone out of Devil City. Qin Fen used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Hong Ming stood at the peak of the second Devil Peak and looked at the celestial devouring insects falling from the sky. He was extremely excited. He thought that Qin Fen would be able to resolve the disaster of Devil City. However, he suddenly heard Qin Fen's voice. Young hero Qin, why are we retreating? Is your thunder tribulation about to end? Hong Ming didn't understand. It's not a problem with the lightning tribulation. There's no time to explain now. In any case, Senior, hurry up and lead everyone away. Qin Fen had already used all of his skills, but he still couldn't do anything to the celestial devouring bug. He was already powerless. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stop the thunder tribulation, he would have immediately driven the soaring cloud all to leave this place. There was no longer a need for Hongming to shout. Tragic cries suddenly came from the few demonic peaks. Ah, the devouring celestial insect is here. My body has been eaten. Everyone, run for your lives. These bugs are too terrifying. They can even eat up the formation bit by bit. There were 307 Devil Peaks crisscrossing in the Devil Peak territory. The higher the ranking of the Devil Peaks, the more powerful the defensive array formation. As for the Devil Peaks that were ranked at the bottom, they were only supported by a Grade 5 or Grade 6 defensive array formation. When they saw several mountains in the distance being engulfed by the black fog, to the point where they could no longer see their original appearances, the hearts of the cultivators on the other demon mountains fell into a state of chaos. It seemed that this disaster was still unavoidable. Doesn't young hero Qin's thunder tribulation have an effect on the devouring immortal bug? Why are these insects still able to rush up to the demon peak? No matter how powerful the thunder tribulation is, Qin Fen is still one person. There are millions of these celestial devouring bugs. How can they be eliminated so easily? It seems that Demonic City has completely fallen. Everyone, run for your lives. Some cultivators on the demon peaks, whose formations had not been broken, had already escaped on their swords. They might as well continue to hide in the demon peaks. As soon as their figures dashed out of the sky, they were instantly caught up by the black fog. Then, their bodies disappeared without a trace. The situation was completely out of control. The entire sky above the Demon Peak territory was covered by the black fog, enveloped by an intense aura of death. Ouyang Tian said furiously, I told you that guy was acting. Do you believe me now? The Thunder Monarch and the rest had cold expressions. There was a hint of undetectable panic in their eyes. Nie Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Qin Fen has been sitting in the black fog for so long. Why hasn't he been engulfed? Everyone had really neglected this problem. Now that Nie Yuan mentioned it, the few true form realm mighty figures all revealed expressions of disbelief. Moments later, Jinbei raised his voice and shouted, The armor on his body is strange. That aura, it's immortal armor. Immortal armor? The Thunder Monarch's eyes almost dropped to the ground. He said in a trembling voice, Brother Jinbei, are you sure? In fact, Jinbei had never seen immortal armor before. However, when his spirit consciousness scanned Qin Fen's body, he sensed a hidden aura that was similar to the immortal stone. That aura was pure and mysterious. It was definitely not an aura that belonged to the divine supreme continent. It must be immortal armor. No wonder he could remain unscathed in the black fog. That immortal armor has the effect of restraining immortal insects. Elder Jinbei's eyes flickered. The few of them were excited. Demonic City was about to be destroyed. Even the few true form realm mighty figures were not confident that they could fight their way out. However, if they could snatch Qin Fen's immortal armor, they would definitely survive. Swoosh! After pressing the pass button, Ouyang Tian was the first to rush out of the Demon Peak. He did not even use a flying sword. Instead, he walked in the void. However, his speed was faster than a flying sword. In just a few breaths, he arrived above Qin Fen's head. Little ant, I already said on the Through Heaven Peak that I would crush your nascent soul with my own hands. Bang! His voice was still echoing in the sky when a vital essence giant hand fell. However, before it landed on the ground, a loud sound came from Qin Fen's body. He roared and flew into the sky, violent vital essence sweeping the surroundings. You broke through. Ouyang Tian was shocked. Under the interference of the true form realm mighty figures and the destruction of the immortal insects, Qin Fen had actually successfully broken through to the disaster transformation state. The vital essence handprint collapsed a plane, but Qin Fen was no longer there. When his cold voice echoed in the sky, he was already hovering above Ouyang Tian's head with his saber. You came at the right time. I'll use you to practice first. Chapter 2112. After breaking through to the first stage disaster transformation realm, Qin Fen felt the quintessential essence in his body explode. It was as if his body was about to explode. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his saber. The ruler slashed down, tearing a crack in the sky. The crack was filled with resplendent purple light. It looked like a gorgeous Milky Way under the black fog. The million cultivators on the Demon Peak sank instantly. Some fiendish cultivators who were fleeing in the sky also stopped instantly. The black fog engulfed those stunned cultivators. Their bodies disappeared rapidly, but they didn't notice it at all. Time seemed to stop for half a beat. By the time Ouyang Tian woke up, the saber chi had already exploded on his body. Quintessential essence surged like the sea and immediately destroyed the armor on his body. In the end, even his body was blasted into a bloody mess. Bang! With just one slash, Ouyang Tian fell from the sky and sank into a huge pit. The million fiendish cultivators woke up with a start and fell into an even deeper shock. Ouyang Tian was one of the few true form almighties in Mo Du, but he was as weak as an ant in Qin Fen's hands. Even the Thunder Monarch and the other true form almighties were stunned. They couldn't help but feel lucky that they hadn't attacked Qin Fen earlier. Young hero Qin, what should we do now? Hongming had already rushed out of Demon Peak number 2. He had wanted to help when he realized that Ouyang Tian was going to attack Qin Fen. However, when he came out, he realized that the battle had already ended. Senior, quickly take everyone away from here. These spirit-devouring bugs have already matured. We can't kill them at all, Chinfin said quickly. How can this be? I just saw that young hero Qin's thunder tribulation killed countless immortal bugs. Hong Ming didn't understand the situation. Those are just larvae. The spirit-devouring bugs reproduce by splitting their spiritual consciousness. They can split into countless new bodies at any time. Qinfin had to tell Hong Ming the truth. Hong Ming was stunned. They could actually split into new bodies with their spiritual consciousness. This reproduction method was too terrifying. Many fiendish cultivators heard their conversation. The last hope in their hearts was completely shattered. A large number of cultivators had already started to escape. Even though they knew that they might die faster if they rushed out of the Demon Peak, at least they had a chance to survive. They could only wait for death if they stayed on the Demon Peak. The situation had reached an irreversible stage. The entire sky above Mo-Du was covered in black fog. It was like hell. The Thunder Monarch, Niayuan, and a few other true-form almighties also started to flee for their lives. In the face of this group of terrifying immortal bugs, their powerful, quintessential essence attacks were completely useless. However, Jinbei did not flee toward the crowd. Instead, he leaped toward Qinfin. His hands were full of true essence, and he could unleash an earth-shattering force at any time. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Jinbei's actions. Even Qinfin didn't notice his approach. Only Jinbei knew that it was useless to keep running away. Even if he managed to escape from Demonic City, these celestial insects would devour the other regions. The real way to survive was to snatch away Qinfin's celestial armor. Whoosh! However, before the golden tablet could even get close, a hurricane came from afar. The hurricane surged like a long dragon, and wherever it went, the magnetic field changed. The airflow stirred up the shape of a vortex in the sky, and even the wind froze. It was as if the void had been frozen. Some people had already discovered the strange changes in the distant sky, and exclamations rose and fell. The hurricane seemed to be extremely far away, but in just a few breaths, it was already right in front of them. What's that? There seems to be a person in the hurricane. Who is that? How can he be so fast? Just as everyone started discussing, the figure had already appeared in the sky above Demonic Peak, and a low growl was heard. Don't block the way, or you will die. This sentence was directed at Jinbei, as Jinbei happened to be in the path of the person's rapid advance. Jinbei's first thought was that this person had also seen Qinfin's celestial armor and had come for it. How dare you behave atrociously in front of me? You must have a death wish. Jinbei did not back down, as the celestial armor on Qinfin was his only chance of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure had already approached. It seemed as if he had merely lifted his hand, and a suffocating, destructive aura swept up. Rumble! Jinbei's body exploded in the sky, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. As for his baby body, which was fleeing in panic, it also exploded in an instant. The intense explosions continued. A strange aura floated in the Demonic Peak. The million fiendish cultivators were dumbfounded. The person who had just been killed was Demonic City's top itinerant cultivator expert, Senior Jinbei. Before Hong Ming had attained the true form realm level 2, he had been the mighty with the highest cultivation level in all of Demonic City. However, such an expert, who could only look up to him, had been killed in an instant by a person who had suddenly appeared. This person's strength was even above Qinfin's. However, what happened next was even more shocking. They even forgot about Jinbei's death for a moment. After the mysterious person destroyed Jinbei, he continued to advance without stopping. In the end, he flew to the highest peak of the Demonic Peak, held a small gourd in his hand, and was sucking the celestial insects that filled the sky. The small gourd was a Dharma treasure, but its suction force was shocking. It actually formed a hurricane in midair, and all the celestial devouring insects that floated nearby were instantly sucked in. On the peak of the mountain, one person and one gourd were sucking in all the celestial insects that filled the sky. In less than half an hour, the black fog in the sky above Demonic City gradually dissipated, and it felt as if the sun had reappeared. The mysterious person stood under the light like a savior of the world. Oh my God! Who is this person? He can even subdue the celestial devouring insects? He killed Senior Jinbei with one palm. There doesn't seem to be such a godly person in the entire West Sea continent. Could he be a top-notch expert who specially rushed over from the East Sea continent to rescue Demonic City? That doesn't make sense. The identity of the person who had come was a mystery. His body was enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden light. He had appeared for so long that no one could see his face under the golden light. Even Qin Fun was shocked. He had already tried to use his spiritual consciousness to scan the area. However, when his spiritual consciousness reached a few hundred meters around the mysterious person, it could no longer scan the area. Senior Hongming, do you know this person? Qin Fun used his spiritual consciousness to send a voice transmission to Hongming. Hongming suddenly woke up with a start. She subconsciously shook her head and said, I don't know him. This is definitely not a cultivator from Demonic City. He shouldn't be a cultivator from the West Sea continent either. Although I can't see through his realm, this person has at least surpassed the true form realm. Surpassed the true form realm? Qin Fun was shocked. The only realm he knew at the moment was the true form realm. Could the other party have already ascended to immortality? Senior Hongming, are you saying that this person is from the celestial world? Qin Fun immediately asked. Hongming smiled bitterly and said, How can the ascension be so simple? There's still the real God realm above the true form realm. It is rumored that only those who have reached the peak of the real God realm are qualified to comprehend the ascension. As for whether or not they can ascend to immortality, that is still another matter. Qin Fun was shocked. It seemed like he was still very far away from the ascension. Senior, do you think that person is at the real God realm? That is hard to say. In any case, you and I are no match for him. No one in the entire Demonic City can stop him. I can only hope that he is here to help. Otherwise, Demonic City will still be in danger. Hongming let out a long sigh. Chapter 21:13. After the mysterious man appeared, the sky above Mo dew seemed to be bleached white. The black mist became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Countless God-devouring bugs were taken into the man's gourd. Nobody knew what kind of treasure the gourd was. It was only the size of a palm, but it seemed to have an endless space. Little pig, is that something like a storage ring? Even Qin Fun didn't understand. Ordinary storage rings can't subdue God-devouring bugs. Master, I suspect it's a small world, Little Pig said. Qin Fun's expression changed drastically. Small world? You mean like the astral space? That's right, Master. That gourd is most likely a small world. Actually, when a small world is refined to a certain extent, it can transform into all kinds of magic treasures and be carried around. Qin Fun had obtained the astral space long ago, but this was the first time he heard that a small world could be refined. Did this mean that the astral space could also be refined into a magic treasure? How do we refine a small world? Master, this method is uncertain. It mainly depends on the nature of the small world. Small worlds come in all shapes and sizes. Some are like the astral space you have, which is a small world for cultivation and survival. Some are like the gourd in the mysterious man's hand, which is a place to store immortal bugs. There are also small worlds that are collapsed spaces. Cultivators who enter them will most likely die. Therefore, different small worlds are refined in different ways. Actually, Master changed the astral space from its initial chaotic state to the cultivation, holy land with dense spirit chi. This is a type of refinement. After Little Pig's explanation, Qin Fun understood the small world better. At this moment, an old voice came from the sky. It traveled into everyone's ears and echoed in their minds. Who can tell me where these bugs came from? Qin Fen immediately came back to his senses. The person who spoke was the mysterious man. All the sects in Mo.Do were silent. Many people were still in shock. The few powerful cultivators who were awake were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to reply. Even the Thunder Monarch and the other true form mighty figures were extremely nervous. The mysterious big shot in front of them had easily killed the top itinerant cultivator in Moda City, the dark demon Golden Tablet. If he wanted to go on a killing spree, the entire Moda City forces would not be able to stop him. Senior, those devouring celestial bugs flew out from Devil Mountain No. 1. In the end, Hong Ming stood up. The entire Black Demon clan was on tenterhooks. Hong Chenwu's mind was in a mess. A powerful divine sense instantly swept over Hong Ming. Where is Demon Mountain No. 1? Senior, there are a total of 308 demon mountains in Demonic City. The first demon mountain was originally here, but after those devouring immortal insects flew out, the demon mountain collapsed, Hong Ming said. Take me there now, the mysterious man said coldly. Ah, Devil Peak No. 1 has already collapsed and is now in ruins. Senior, do you want to go there? Hong Ming could not understand what the other party was thinking. The man's tone was somewhat impatient as he said, Cut the crap! Whatever I say goes. Although Hong Ming was a little unhappy, there was nothing she could do against a mysterious big shot who had killed the Golden Tablet with a raise of his hand and had even subdued the devouring immortal bug. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Qin Feng landed beside Hong Ming and said, Senior Hong, I'll go with you. Hong Ming panicked and gave Qin Feng a look. Young hero Qin, stay here and help me take care of Qin Wu and the Black Demon clan. Qin Feng understood what Hong Ming meant. Hong Ming was not sure if he could come back alive. If he died, someone from the Black Demon clan would have to come and take care of the Black Demon clan. However, Qin Feng could not stay in Demonic City to look after the Black Demon clan. Moreover, he suspected that the reason the mysterious man was looking for Demon Mountain No. 1 was because of the divine stone formation. What's your name? Where are you from? The mysterious man suddenly asked. The entire Demonic City was stunned. Not long ago, the Golden Tablet was killed because he stood in the mysterious man's flight path. It showed that the mysterious man was decisive and arrogant. It was really unexpected that he would take the initiative to ask for Qin Feng's name and where he came from. Even Qin Feng did not expect it. I'm Qin Feng from the North Sand Continent. Qin Feng knew he could not lie in front of a godly almighty like the mysterious man, so he told the truth. When he finished speaking, the entire Demonic City could feel an aura fluctuation in the sky. The aura came from the mysterious man as if his state of mind had fluctuated. The fluctuation of his emotions caused the airflow in the sky to move. It showed how powerful the mysterious man was. Do you know me, Senior? Qin Feng was puzzled. The airflow fluctuation quickly disappeared and the sky returned to normal as if it had never happened. Were you the one who caused the 9 transformations, true thunder, just now? The mysterious man asked without answering. Qin Feng was shocked again. Although many almighties could tell that his breakthrough triggered the thunder tribulation, only the mysterious man in front of him could tell that it was the 9 transformations true thunder. Yes, Senior. Very well. Bring me to Demon Mountain No. 1 alone. The mysterious man said. Everyone looked puzzled as they could not understand the situation. Hong Ming hurriedly said, Senior, let me bring you there. Young hero Qin is not from Demonic City and is not familiar with this place. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll kill you with one palm. A gust of cold air shot out from the mysterious man's body. It felt as if the ice heart flame had been released. The temperature of the entire Demon Mountain region plummeted. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and disappeared into the distance. His voice reverberated in the sky. Senior, let's go. The two of them were extremely fast. When the Demonic City cultivators came back to their senses. They could no longer find them with their divine senses. Father, will Qin Feng be okay? I want to go to Demon Mountain number 1 to find him. Hong Chen Wu was extremely flustered. Hong Ming hurriedly stopped her daughter from acting rashly. She glanced at the sky above Demon Mountain number 1 and said, Young Hero Qin seems to know that mysterious senior. Also, that senior did not kill the innocent. He is not the demon we thought. Don't worry too much. Let's stay on Demon Mountain number 2 and wait for young Hero Qin to return. The Demon Mountain region was in an uproar. Too many things had happened recently and they could not digest it. That mysterious senior is so powerful. He single-handedly resolved the disaster of Demonic City. Who is he? Will he come back to destroy Demonic City after going to Demon Mountain number 1? Can't you tell? That person is Qin Feng's backer. They know each other. Some people had a wild imagination, but more people believed in this speculation. Qin Feng had entered the disaster transformation realm at a young age. He had killed Dao Qi, who was at the peak of the disaster transformation realm, and used the power of the lightning tribulation to strike the demonic city's true form mighty figures. On the other hand, that mysterious person had destroyed the golden tablet with one palm and absorbed the sky full of devouring immortal bugs with one gourd. The two of them were simply born partners. Chapter 21:14. Qin Fen stepped on his flying sword and raised his speed to the maximum, but he found that the mysterious elder was following him closely. If the elder didn't know the location of Demon Mountain number 1, he would have left Qin Fen thousands of meters behind in an instant. Qin Fen gave up on the idea of escaping. He knew that even if he used the flying cloud all, he wouldn't be able to escape the elder's divine sense. Senior, you went to Demon Mountain number 1 to look for the devouring insects, right? Qin Fen broke the silence. The mysterious elder didn't answer. Qin Fen continued. Actually, when Demon Mountain number 1 opened not long ago, I entered the sky-piercing main peak. Those devouring insects flew out from there. Later, I destroyed the entire sky-piercing main peak in order to kill the insects, causing the entire Demon Mountain number 1 to collapse. There are no devouring insects left. Qin Fen wanted to dispel the elder's idea of going to Demon Mountain number 1. After all, there was an immortal stone formation hidden in the cave abode. It would be troublesome if it was discovered. What did you see at the place where the devouring insects were? The mysterious elder suddenly asked, ignoring Qin Fen's words. The flying sword under Qin Fen's feet shook a little. He felt uneasy. I didn't find anything. The mysterious elder said indifferently, the devouring insects are insects from the immortal world. Although they are extremely powerful, the environment they need to grow in is extremely harsh. These insects can only evolve and mature with the help of the heavenly demon formation. Although the devouring insects in Demon City are not fully mature, they have gone through several transformations. Qin Fen's expression changed. He had a bad feeling that the elder already knew the secret of the immortal stone formation. The mysterious elder continued. As for the heavenly demon formation, it needs the phoenix flower as the formation eye and an extremely powerful energy supply. Even in the 4 great continents of the divine supreme continent, there is no place that can support the heavenly demon formation. Do you know why? Why? Qin Fen asked subconsciously. Because the devouring insects are not from the divine supreme continent, and the heavenly demon formation is not a formation of the divine supreme continent. Therefore, there is no spiritual source on the divine supreme continent that can satisfy them, the mysterious elder said. Qin Fen's thoughts raced. He guessed that the elder already knew the secret of the immortal stone formation, but he wasn't 100% sure. If it is as Senior said, how did the devouring insects above Demon City evolve? Didn't this mean that the great heavenly demon formation had appeared in Shanghai? What spirit source does this formation rely on to support it? Qin Feng asked even though he already knew the answer. He was trying to find out the other party's background. The old man chuckled. Everything will be clear once we reach the first Devil Mountain. The bad premonition in Qin Feng's heart became stronger and stronger. He had even thought of taking him somewhere else to bluff his way through. But now it seemed like that idea was completely childish. After the time it took for a few incense sticks to burn, the two of them arrived at the foot of Devil Mountain No. 1. The towering mountain peak had turned into ruins, and even the array gate at the entrance of the Devil Mountain had disappeared. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out of the ruins. They floated in the air for a moment and instantly shot toward Qin Fen and the mysterious man. The speed of those black shadows was so fast that Qin Fen didn't even have time to react. His divine sense was already bound, and when the feeling of death enveloped his body, it quickly disappeared. The mysterious man was holding a small gourd and had already put those black shadows into it. He said with some excitement, "There are actually mature devouring insects here. It seems that there really is a great heavenly demon formation." Without Qin Fen leading the way, the mysterious man had already flown into the cave where the immortal stone array was hidden. Qin Fen immediately followed. He discovered that the group of mature devouring immortal insects had all flown away, and those immortal insects were a serious threat to his life. The cave abode had collapsed, and the immortal stone formation had been destroyed by Qin Fen. As for the spirit quintessence pool and the phoenix flower, they had already been taken away by Qin Fen. "Someone has been here," the mysterious old man said coldly. Qin Fen became nervous. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he suddenly felt the other party's powerful divine sense sweep over. The moment the divine sense landed on him, he had already lost the ability to move. He didn't even have time to hide in the astral world. "You have been here. Did you take away all the immortal stones?" the old man asked coldly. "Senior, what are you doing?" "I have never been here." Qin Fen didn't dare to admit it. He was deeply afraid that he would lose his life in the next second. "You don't have to quibble. Maybe you can save your life if you answer my question seriously." The other party's divine sense seemed to be able to see through everything. It made Qin Fen feel like his entire body was being seen through. Qin Fen was silent for a moment and finally told the truth. "I have indeed been here." The old man's tone became agitated. "Is there an immortal stone formation here? I don't want anything else. Give me all the immortal stones." "I did find the immortal stones, but I used some to break through. I don't have many left now. How many are there in total?" "Put away your divine sense first. I will give you all the immortal stones." As soon as Qin Fen finished speaking, he immediately felt the restraint on his body disappear. However, he didn't have the slightest thought of escaping. Through the mysterious old man's move just now, he had already deeply realized the difference in strength between them. It was not an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. Qin Fen's thoughts moved slightly and dozens of immortal stones fell to the ground. The mysterious old man casually grabbed them and took all the immortal stones. "It really is the stones from the immortal stone compass. Do you have any more? It's best not to hide it. Otherwise, your life will be in danger," the old man said. Qin Fen had already given all the immortal stones to the old man because he knew that he couldn't play tricks in front of such a godly venerable. "I found a total of 108 immortal stones here. I used 28 to break through from the cauldron-filling state to the disaster transformation state. The remaining 80 immortal stones are all given to you," Qin Fen said. The old man's divine sense scanned Qin Fen and then nodded. "You are sensible. It is fate that we meet for the second time. Take this secret manual." Qin Fen was shocked. The old man said that they met for the second time? However, when Qin Fen glanced at the secret manual, his previous shock disappeared and turned into a new shock. This is the third chapter of the creation of heaven and earth skill. The old man didn't seem interested in the secret manual and said indifferently, This secret manual has a total of 4 chapters. I still haven't collected the 4th chapter. You don't have it either, right? Qin Fen had already guessed the old man's identity, and immediately asked, "Are you a senior from the Purple Cloud Mountain's secret realm?" The old man sneered. Back then, you kept calling me an old monster." Qin Fen was extremely embarrassed. He never thought that he would meet the old monster sealed in the cave abode again. Thinking about how he cheated the old man of his treasures and didn't do anything for him, Qin Fen once again worried about his safety. "I said I won't kill you, so I won't. Although you didn't save me that time, you at least talked to me. You might not know, but before you, I haven't talked to anyone for 100 years. The old man saw through Qin Fen's thoughts. Chapter 21:15. The old man paused for a moment as his eyes lit up. He looked Qin Fen up and down before continuing. "Of course, the main reason why I'm not killing you is because of your identity as a tribulation taker." Qin Fen was shocked. "Senior, you can tell I'm a tribulation taker?" The old man laughed. Any cultivator who triggers a lightning tribulation is a tribulation taker chosen by the heavenly axiom. Most of these people are killed by the lightning tribulation, but those who survive the lightning tribulation will definitely become an ultimate god. Qin Fen first learned that he was a tribulation taker from barefoot immortal Yunding. He did not believe it at first, but he had begun to accept it after experiencing various things over the years. "May I know your name, senior?" Qin Fen asked with a fist salute. "Sai, it's been so many years since anyone asked for my name. I've almost forgotten it myself." The old man looked up to the sky and sighed. After thinking for a long time, he said with uncertainty, "It should be Hishuhin." Qin Fen was speechless. He had almost forgotten his own name. How many years had this old man lived? "Senior I've heard a senior talk about the 1,000-year calamity. According to him, every time a calamity comes, a tribulation taker will appear. Moreover, there will be more than one tribulation taker. Is this true?" Qin Fen wanted to confirm. Hishuhin nodded and said, "Yes, that's what the ancient books said." "Then, how can I find other tribulation takers?" Qin Fen felt insignificant ever since he met Hishuhin. He believed that the Millennium Tribulation would be devastating, and he felt powerless to face it alone. The heavenly axiom has its own arrangements. Hishuhin's answer made Qin Fen want to bite someone. "Senior, can you help me face the tribulation? After all, this is a tribulation for all human cultivators in the divine continent. If you fail to face the tribulation, won't you die?" Qin Fen deliberately emphasized the seriousness of the problem. Hishuhin chuckled. There's no need for you to play tricks in front of me, you little brat. I've eaten more pills than you've eaten air. Only you tribulation takers can deal with the 1,000-year tribulation. It's useless even if others participate. Besides, I still have a big grudge to settle, so I don't have the time to fool around with you. Qin Fen knew he could no longer hold onto his backer, as he had no right to speak in front of a peak ultimate god. Since senior, he doesn't care about the lives of hundreds of millions of cultivators on the ultimate god continent. I can only respect your personal choice. However, you should at least leave me some treasures so that I, the tribulation taker, can protect myself? Qin Fen said seriously. Hishuhin was amused. "You aunt, your abilities are mediocre, but your eloquence can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Who said this old man didn't give you anything? I don't think I need to emphasize how precious the creation of heaven and earth art is, right? What's the point of just having a cultivation technique? How can I break through without the help of immortal stones?" Qin Fen muttered to himself. Hishuhin scolded. "You have the nerve to say that? You used 20 of the 108 immortal stones in the immortal stone formation. You're just a cauldron-filling realm, man. Yet you used immortal stones to break through to the disaster transformation realm. You're wasting God's gift." Qin Fen had stepped into the disaster transformation realm, and his cultivation level was comparable to an early-stage, truth-form realm mighty figure. Not long ago, he had seriously injured Ouyang Tian with a single slash. At this moment, hearing He Su Hen call him an ant, it made him very unhappy. I used 20 immortal stones to break through from cauldron-filling realm level 1 to disaster transformation realm. Is that considered a waste? Qin Fen complained. Humph. Immortal stones are scarce on the divine continent. They're only worthwhile if they're used to ascend to immortality. Anything else is a waste. He Shu Hen paused for a moment before continuing. Don't think about immortal stones now. I won't give them to you. Moreover, it's not the time to think about other things. You should find a way to solve the West Sea continent's crisis. Qin Fen's expression changed. The West Sea continent's crisis? Why do you say that, Senior? The Immortal Stone Formation is an ancient formation used to seal a realm. Once it's formed, it will gradually disturb the magnetic field above the realm. If the formation is destroyed, the magnetic field above the realm will become chaotic, forming a distorted space, He Shu Hen said. Qin Fen immediately thought of the collapsed space above the Purple Cloud mountain range in the North Sand continent. He Shu Hen seemed to read his mind and continued. The sky above the Purple Cloud mountain range is an example. Plus, the Immortal Stone Formation in the Bai Ling mountain cave abode only damaged the compass, and there was a huge crack in the sky. Now that you've destroyed the entire Immortal Stone Formation in Demon Mountain No. 1, you can imagine that the sky outside is probably full of holes. Qin Fen didn't dare to think about it. If what He Shu Hen said was true, wouldn't the West Sea continent become hell? Who dared to stay here? They would be sucked away by the black hole if they weren't careful. The spirit chi would be slowly sucked away by the black hole. The spirit chi would completely disappear from the West Sea continent after it was sucked away. What was the situation like outside when Senior came? Qin Fen immediately asked. He Shu Hen said indifferently it's okay now. There's a crack in the sky about 10 miles away. It's not big, only a few dozen meters in diameter. Qin Fen rolled his eyes. Why didn't I take the immortal stone with me when I left Bai Ling Mountain? That's the reason. No matter how greedy and immoral I am, I wouldn't harm a continent's cultivators for my own benefit. Look at you, you're crazy, He Shu Hen said. Qin Fen wanted to rush up and bite He Shu Hen to death. He didn't know that the consequences would be so severe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed the Immortal Stone Formation. Plus, the Immortal Stone was in He Shu Hen's hands now. This old man really didn't care. Stop talking nonsense. Is there a way to dissolve the crack? Qin Fen was angry. He Shu Hen didn't get angry. He said seriously, there's only one way. Find the next location of the Immortal Stone Formation. Qin Fen didn't understand. Next location? That's right. He Shu Hen said, maybe you don't know about the Immortal Stone Formation. There's only one formation. Qin Fen immediately interrupted. How is that possible? I clearly found Immortal Stone Formation in the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent. The Immortal Stone Formation you see here is the one you saw in the Bai Ling Mountain Cave. He Shu Hen explained. Actually, there's only one Immortal Stone Formation. But every time it's attacked or damaged, it will move. There's a pattern to the location of the formation. As long as you're an expert in formations, you can calculate the location of the next formation. Qin Fen was in disbelief. He was a level 8 formation immortal now, but this was the first time he heard that a formation could move on its own. And the distance it could move to was between the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Fen realized that there was no need to hate in terms of time. Back then, there was a crack in the sky above the Violet Cloud Mountains, but it disappeared afterward. This was most likely because the Great Immortal Stone Formation had moved to the West Sea Continent. But Qin Fen didn't understand. If the Immortal Stone Formation could move on its own when it was damaged, and it could repair itself, then why would the Spirit Marrow Pond and the Phoenix Flower appear every time it moved? And if the formation could repair itself, then wouldn't the crack in the sky disappear after some time? Qin Fin did not need to ask these questions, as He Shu-hin had already started to answer them. According to my personal speculation, the force that set up the celestial stone formation had already thought of a follow-up plan. They had set up many formation bases on the divine, supreme continent. Once one of the bases was damaged, the celestial stone formation would automatically move to a new base. As for the crack in the sky, once the immortal stone formation starts operating again, it will slowly disappear. But this time you broke the immortal stone compass, so it will take a long time for the formation to recover. So, you need to find the next base of the immortal stone formation as soon as possible and repair it. Qin Fin had a new understanding of the immortal stone formation. He also learned about the Eastfield continent's Kobe clan's secret from Chu Fan's letter. He believed that the immortal stone formation was set up by the Kobe clan. No matter what the truth was, it wasn't important now. Qin Fin's priority now was to find the immortal stone formation's new base and solve the crisis of the West Sea continent's crack. Senior He, with my current formation skills, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the next base of the immortal stone formation. Please help me. Qin Fin knew, He Shu-hin knew, that since he could tell him the secret of the immortal stone formation, he must have a way to find the new base. He Shu-hin sighed. This old man owes you. Even I will have a hard time finding the next base, but I can try my best. Qin Fin cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your help, Senior He. Once I fix the immortal stone formation, you will be the benefactor of the West Sea continent's cultivators. Don't talk nonsense with me. Even if I become the world savior, what's the use? Do you think I want the worship of those ants? They are useless to me. He Shu-hin said nonchalantly. Qin Fin knew that he wasn't being arrogant, but a pride that came from his heart. This pride came from his unfathomable realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the West Sea continent's cultivators were ants in his eyes. Help me protect me. Deducing the immortal stone formation is very tiring. I can't be distracted. After saying a few words, He Shu-hin sat down cross-legged. He took out a few formation flags and threw them in front of him. Then he scattered a few immortal stones. The formation flags were arranged in a strange way that even Qin Fin couldn't understand. Although there were only 18 formation flags, they were not fixed. The 18 formation flags were constantly changing their positions, forming different formations in the void. Qin Fin was just watching from the side, but he had unknowingly gained a lot of new insights into formations. Time flew by. A month later, He Shu-hin suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, I found the new base. It's near Quicksand River. Chapter 21:16. Quicksand River? What is that place? Qin Fin asked. He Shu-hin threw out another formation flag. When the formation flag hovered in the air, a huge formation screen appeared in the void, displaying an image. Inside the formation screen was a boundless desert. Just looking at the image, one could feel the heat and barren. This extremely harsh environment was like the Nine Heavens snow region, completely unsuitable for human cultivators to live in. This is the place. It should be in the West Sea region, but I can't find its exact location. You'll have to find it yourself, He Shu-hin said. As time was tight, Qin Fin cupped his fists to express his gratitude and immediately set off. He first returned to Charm City to ask Hong Ming about the situation of Quicksand River. On the way back, Qin Fin read the 3rd chapter of the creation of Heaven and Earth skill. This chapter was called the Creation chapter, which mainly explained the knowledge of creating small worlds. Small worlds were extremely complicated and difficult to understand. Even though Qin Fin already had the astral space, he couldn't understand the essence of the 3rd chapter in a short period of time. When he arrived at Charm City, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He was no longer in the mood to study the creation of Heaven and Earth skill. In just a short month, the sky above Charm City had undergone earth-shattering changes. The originally blue sky and white clouds were now shrouded in a gray haze. Cracks and holes could be seen everywhere, as if it had been eaten by astral beasts. The millions of demonic cultivators that had gathered at the bottom of the Demon Peak were long gone. It was difficult to even see a shadow outside. Qin Fen realized that the disaster brought about by the destruction of the immortal stone formation was more severe than he had imagined. It was even more destructive than the celestial devouring bug. Who are you? This is Demon Peak number 2. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. As soon as Qin Fen landed outside Demon Peak number 2, a few demonic cultivator guards flew out. However, before they could do anything, another old voice came from the peak. Don't be rude. This is Senior Qin Fen. Hearing Qin Fen's name, the expressions of the demonic cultivator guards changed drastically. They immediately displayed a humble attitude to welcome Qin Fen. Ever since his breakthrough a month ago triggered the lightning calamity battle, Qin Fen's name had spread throughout Charm City. Everyone knew him. Young Hero Qin is back? It really is young Hero Qin. More than a dozen figures flew out from the second Devil Mountain. The one in the lead was the current Devil King of the Black Demon Clan, Hongming. Following behind him were the great elders of the Red Demon Clan with high status. The elders stood in 2 rows, all of them at the disaster transformation realm, but they bowed, not daring to look at Qin Fen. Although it had been more than a month, the scene of Qin Fen killing disaster transformation state, peak stage, Dao Qi with one strike, and using the power of the lightning tribulation to blast the true form mighty figures was unforgettable. Just as Hongming spoke, he landed in front of Qin Fen. When he saw that Qin Fen had returned unscathed, he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Senior Hongming, sorry for worrying you for the past month. Qin Fen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In the divine world, a strange place, he had made many friends like Hongming, who were more like family than him. Haha, as long as he could come back safely, everything was fine. Wait a moment, I'll go tell Qinwu. If she knows that you're back, she'll definitely be very happy. Before Hongming left, Qin Fen said, Senior, don't tell Qinwu that I'm back yet. The entire West Ocean continent is in a huge disaster now. I still have some business to attend to. The smile on Hongming's face disappeared, and he said seriously, Young Hero Qin, are you talking about the space splitting? Do you have a way to resolve this crisis? Senior Hongming, do you know about the Quicksand River? Qin Fen asked. Quicksand River? You want to go there? That's a dangerous place. I'd advise you not to go. Hongming frowned. The Quicksand River was terrifying enough to make a true form realm cultivator change his expression at the mention of it. However, Qin Fen had no way out now that the disaster was imminent. Even if it was the 18 levels of hell, he had to force himself to go there. Senior Hongming, there are some things that I can't explain, but I can tell you clearly that only by going to the Quicksand River can we have a chance to resolve the West Ocean continent's disaster. Qin Fen was extremely serious. Hongming looked incredulous. He couldn't understand how the Quicksand River and the West Ocean continent's space splitting could be connected. However, since Qin Fen had said this, Hongming chose to believe him. He had seen Qin Fen's many extraordinary techniques. He had helped him get rid of the elixir poison, used the thunder tribulation to blast a true form realm mighty figure, and even survived that mysterious person. Actually, Hongming was very curious about how Qin Fen had escaped from that mysterious person. However, he didn't ask. He knew that there had to be some unspeakable secret. Young Hero Qin, the Quicksand River is the territory of the Dead Sea. The environment there is terrible, and not even a blade of grass grows there. Only ghost cultivators can survive there. Human cultivators and fiendish cultivators basically die there. Hongming explained the situation of the Quicksand River in detail. Qin Fen hadn't expected the Quicksand River to be near the Dead Sea. If possible, he didn't want to provoke ghost cultivators. They had too many techniques and strange cultivation techniques. They were definitely not easy to deal with. However, Qinfen had no choice now, since He Buhin had predicted that the new immortal stone array would appear near the Quicksand River. He had to find the array as soon as possible. Young hero Qin, if you really want to go to the Quicksand River, I will go with you. Hongming's tone was firm. There's no need. I can go alone. Senior won't be able to help much. After learning about the situation of the Quicksand River, Qinfen didn't want Hongming to take the risk with him. However, Hongming insisted on going. Young hero Qin, I won't be the only one going with you. We can also get a large group of powerful figures. Now, not only are there cracks appearing in the sky above Shanghai, Snow Domain City is also having the same phenomenon. The pinnacle monarchs of the two regions are having a hard time dealing with this. A few days ago, we even had a large meeting and gathered more than 20 truth realization state masters from both regions to discuss countermeasures. However, the appearance of the cracks was too sudden. No one can find the reason. If young hero Qin really has a way to resolve this crisis, why don't you gather those true form, realm mighty figures to work together? That way, the chances of success will be greatly increased. Qinfen was a little tempted. If the Quicksand River was really as terrifying as Hongming said, given his current strength, it wouldn't bode well for him to kill his way over alone. He might even be killed by powerful ghost cultivators before he could find the immortal stone array. However, if he gathered all the true form realm mighty figures of Shanghai and Snowfield City to go together, all sorts of monsters would be scared away. All right, let's split up. I will go to Snowfield City first. Senior, you will be responsible for gathering all the true form realm mighty figures of Shanghai. Then, we will meet at the entrance of the Dead Sea. At the light tower in Snowfield City, more than 10 top powerful figures gathered together. This scene had happened a few months ago. At that time, everyone had been discussing the sky ceiling array that Qinfen had set up. Now, they were worried about the cracks that had appeared in the void. There is no doubt that those cracks are caused by the spatial displacement. Right now, Snowfield City has become hell. In fact, it is even more terrifying than hell. If we are not careful, even we will be sucked into the spatial displacement and die instantly. Snowfield City's deputy city, Lord Wang Zhongming, explained the current situation. Everyone looked solemn. Even though they had reached the disaster transformation realm or even the true form realm, they were helpless in the face of a collapsing space. I originally planned to release the news and ask the Ghost King of the Dead Sea to help us break the sky ceiling array above Snowfield City. Who would have thought that this sky ceiling array would be so powerful? In just half a year, it has already started devouring the void, said Snowfield City Lord Shengzhongtian. I heard that a devouring celestial bug appeared in Shanghai some time ago. Do you think that the crack in the void this time was caused by the celestial bug? Asked Gao Jingchao, the family leader of Snowfield City's 8-star Gao family. The number 1 itinerant senior, Silent Spirit, shook his head. The crack in the void this time clearly has nothing to do with the celestial bug. This is the power of the sky ceiling array. It seems like we can't stay in Snowfield City any longer. When Silent Spirit mentioned leaving Snowfield City, many people were unwilling. They had already stepped into the ranks of the top-notch experts here. Which one of them wasn't in existence that could destroy the heavens, the earth, and the air? Moreover, they had established huge sects and forces. If they really left, all of their efforts would be wasted. Is there really no other way? Sect leader He, say something, said Xiaowan Shi, the sect leader of the 8-star Heaven Cultivation Sect. Everyone looked at He Qianjin. As the sect leader of the most powerful formation sect in Snowfield City, He Qianjin was everyone's hope at the moment. After all, this disaster was related to the formation, so they could only rely on He Qianjin. He Qianjin sighed. Sigh, senior brothers and junior brothers, that sky ceiling array is a level 9 ancient formation. Given my level 7 array king level, how can I resolve it? After a moment of silence, he continued, "There is only one way to resolve this crisis, and that is to find the person who set up the formation." Did Deputy City Lord Wang Lu mention that the person who set up the formation was a human cultivator? Wang Lu Zhongming said, "When the sky sealing array appeared in the sky above Snowfield, sect leader Xie and I were the first to arrive. Senior Silent Spirit also came later. When I arrived, I sensed the aura of a ghost cultivator. At first, I thought it was the work of a ghost cultivator, but later I found the deputy head of the Nine Yin Temple, Tao Huegu, and learned that he saw a body condensation realm level 4 human cultivator set up the sky sealing array. As for that cultivator's appearance, Tao Huegu only gave a simple description. I can't restore it." The last trace of hope in everyone's hearts was shattered. Putting aside the fact that Wang Lu Zhongming couldn't restore the appearance of the person who set up the formation, so what if he could? There were trillions of cultivators in Snowfield City. Finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the ghost cultivators of the Dead Sea were all cunning and sinister. Who could be sure that what Tao Huegu said was true? Just as everyone was in a deadlock, a clear voice came from outside. "The person you are looking for is me. I can lead everyone to resolve the crisis in Snowfield City." Everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief. The light tower had a spiritual sense shielding array formation that could block the spiritual sense of any cultivator below the true form realm. However, the voice just now had been transmitted through the spiritual sense. Now, all the true form realm mighty figures in Snowfield City were sitting in the light tower. Who could it be? Chapter 21:17. Just as the dozen or so almighties were feeling puzzled, a black shadow flashed past, and a young hero was already standing in the Tower of Light. Everyone stood up with a swoosh. Before Qin Fun had appeared, they hadn't even sensed his presence. "Who are you?" Xingzhongtian's body surged with powerful true essence. As the city lord of Shui, Yu City, he felt like he was slapped in the face. Before Qin Feng said anything, Wang Lu Zhongming and the others exclaimed, "It's you? You're still alive? Impossible. This is impossible. You were only body condensation state a few months ago, and now you're disaster transformation state? Celestial stones. This must be the effect of the celestial stones." A few months ago, when the Nine Heavens Snow region opened, Wang Lu Zhongming and the others met Qin Fun and Hong Qinwu in a secret realm cave in the Ninth Snow region. At the time, Qin Fun was only a body condensation mid-stage. If Wang Lu Zhongming and the others weren't trapped by the ancient formation, they would have killed Qin Fun on the spot. Qin Feng escaped with the ice heart flame and many celestial stones. Now that they saw Qin Feng a few months later, he was disaster transformation state level 1. Vice City Lord Wang Lu, you know this person? Who is he? Shang Zhongtian didn't know what happened. The other powerful beings in the room were also confused. Wang Lu Zhongming calmed down a bit and said, "City Lord, this person entered Nine Heavens Snow region a month ago and found the 9th level. He was only body condensation state middle stage then, but now he's disaster transformation state." Xingzhongtian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Even the top powers of Shuiyu City couldn't accept that someone went from body condensation state to disaster transformation state in half a year. Gao family leader Gao Jingchao suddenly said, "Did this kid do it when my Gao family members died in Shuiyu City?" "That's right, Gao family leader. Your Gao family disciples and elders were all killed by this person. It was the number 1 solo cultivator of Shuiyu City. Ji Ling chased Qin Feng to get the celestial stones, but Qin Feng escaped. Now that Qin Feng stepped into the disaster transformation realm, it was clear that he used up all the celestial stones to break through." Thinking about how Qin Feng used celestial stones to break through to the disaster transformation realm, Ji Ling wanted to crush his nascent soul. Did you just say that the sky ceiling formation above Snowfield City was set up by you? Shang Zhongtian didn't care about the grudges between Ji Ling and Qin Fen. He was more concerned about the survival of Snowfield City. Qin Feng said indifferently, "The crack in the sky above Snowfield City has nothing to do with the sky ceiling formation that I set up. It was caused by the immortal stone formation that the Kobe sect set up. I have already found the next location of the immortal stone formation. As long as the formation is repaired, the crack will disappear automatically." What bullshit immortal stone grand array? You brat, you're just spouting nonsense. How dare you kill a disciple of my Gao clan? I'll bury you today. A strong, murderous aura surged from Gao Jingchao's body, but before he could make a move, Sheng Zhongtian's cold voice sounded. "Now that we are in danger, don't put personal grudges first. Everything can wait until the disaster is resolved." Gao Jingchao was unwilling, but he was only at the peak of disaster transformation realm. He was no match for Sheng Zhongtian. "City Lord Sheng, this ant killed several of my Gao family's disciples and elders. How can I let him off so easily? Plus, killing him is just a matter of raising my hand. It won't interfere with everyone's business," Gao Jingchao complained. Sheng Zhongtian's eyes were cold as he stared at Gao Jingchao. He said he has a way to resolve this crisis. "If you kill him, what will happen to the billions of cultivators in Snowfield City?" "City Lord Sheng, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. He's just a level 1 disaster transformation realm ant. What can he do to resolve this crisis? I think he's just finding an excuse to live," Gao Jingchao said. "If he really wanted to live, why would he come to Radiance Tower personally? Right now, Shuiyu City is in grave danger. We have no other choice but to trust this young hero for now." Sheng Zhongtian paused for a moment before continuing. "Gao family head, do you understand what I mean?" Gao Jingchao understood. Actually, all the powerhouses present understood what Sheng Zhongtian meant. Let Qin Feng live for now. It wouldn't be too late to kill him when he couldn't resolve the crisis. "Humph, you're a lucky ant, but sooner or later, I will crush your nascent soul." Gao Jingchao could only give up. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't go against the city lord of Snowfield City. How could Qin Feng not understand what everyone else was saying? But he didn't care. He looked at Gao Jingchao coldly and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to wait much longer." The flames that Gao Jingchao suppressed instantly rose again. His body surged with true yuan and created a hurricane in the room. "Little ant, what do you mean?" Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Because I'm going to kill you now. You don't have much time left." Everyone froze. A strange aura floated in the room. They couldn't understand what Qin Feng was thinking. This was just a level 1 disaster transformation realm ant. Where did he get the confidence to challenge a peak disaster transformation realm master? Ha ha ha. As expected, an ant that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. City Lord Sheng, you saw it too. This ant is extremely arrogant. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to live in Snowfield City anymore. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Jingchao sent out a palm. The wild true yuan instantly condensed into a palm. It was like a cloud falling from the sky. Seeing this, Sheng Zhongtian could only shake his head and sigh. He had already given Qin Feng a chance to live, but since this person didn't cherish it, then he couldn't dissuade Gao Jingchao. Just when everyone had already sentenced Qin Feng to death in their hearts, a loud sound exploded in their ears. Light Tower instantly exploded. The roof tiles flew everywhere, and the building collapsed into ruins. Everyone was exposed on the empty mountaintop. After a moment of silence, someone exclaimed, "Huh? That brat is still there?" Everyone's expression changed. They immediately looked over, and their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. So the loud sound came from Gao Jingchao's body. His true yuan surged, and his aura was shocking. The armor on Gao Jingchao's body instantly shattered, and even his true body was blown to pieces. A mature, nascent soul flew out from the explosion at an extremely fast speed, but Qin Fen reached out his hand to grab it. A giant hand made of true essence floated in the air, growing larger and larger until it seemed to cover half of the sky. Gao Jingchao's nascent soul was like the monkey sun, unable to escape from the palm of the Buddha. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from the void and was clearly heard by all the great existences. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They had heard Gao Jingchao yelling that he was going to crush Qin Feng's nascent soul. Now the truth had been reversed. His nascent soul had been crushed by Qin Feng. The battle seemed to have ended before it had started. A peak disaster transformation realm cultivator had been completely destroyed. Many people didn't even see clearly the strike of Tsang Qi that Qin Feng had used. It was the power of that strike that had destroyed Gao Jingchao's body. The aftermath of the true Yuan was hard to eliminate. Explosions could be heard from the empty mountain top from time to time. Only after Gao Jingchao had died did the group of Snowfield City cultivators come back to their senses. Family leader Gao was killed in seconds? How is that possible? Where did that young man come from? Why is he so unfamiliar? He shouldn't be a cultivator from Snowfield City, right? To be able to kill a peak disaster transformation realm cultivator in seconds. His true realm must be above the true form realm. It's incredible that he has reached the true form realm at such a young age. Many powerful beings sighed with emotion. Any one of them was an extremely talented cultivator in Shuiyu City. However, after seeing Qin Feng, the pride that these people had built up over the years instantly vanished into thin air. I originally wanted to kill all of you, but considering that Snowfield City and MO Do are in danger, I will keep you alive to make up for your mistakes. After killing Gao Jingchao, Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. It was as if he had just killed an ant. He was looking at Wang, Lu Zhongming, Jiling, and the others. These old fellows had tried to kill Chu Fan and rob him in his flying immortal cave abode a few months ago. Fortunately, Qin Feng had been lucky enough to survive. His words shocked the crowd again. If someone else had said what Qin Feng had said, these top experts would have laughed their heads off. However, after seeing Qin Feng's power, Wang Lu Zhongming and the others didn't even have the confidence to stand up and refute him. Fellow Taoists, the situation is critical now. How about we put our personal grudges aside? Sheng Zhongtian found a way for them to step down. Wang Lu Zhongming was the first to express his stance. I will listen to City Lord Sheng's arrangements. Humph! I just killed a disaster transformation realm ant. What's there to be proud of? Do you know that the difference between a disaster transformation realm and a true form realm is like heaven and earth? Ji Ling grumbled. He wanted to regain some face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a violent magnetic field rippled on the mountain peak. Then, a huge blue fireball appeared in the void like a rising sun. The fireball was extremely cold, instantly freezing the air on the mountain peak. Everyone was in Qin Feng's field. When they realized the danger, they realized that their bodies had been frozen and they couldn't move at all. At that moment, Qin Feng casually swung his saber. The weapon in his hand had a strange shape. It looked like a huge ruler, but when the saber swung down, the ruler swept up a dazzling purple light. The purple light flashed and disappeared, exploding on Ji Ling's body. Rumble! The commotion was so intense that the entire mountain peak was shaking. Qin Feng's attacks were all killing moves. He coordinated with the field, the ice heart flame, and the ruler to launch a sure-kill attack. A series of moves were connected seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, the three attacks were unleashed to the extreme. By the time Ji Ling realized that death was approaching, his body had already exploded into ice shards and scattered on the mountain peak. The human-shaped nascent soul hadn't flown far before it was frozen by the snow and ice that filled the sky. A subtle cracking sound came from midair, and dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the ice layer. A few seconds later, there was a loud explosion. The human-shaped nascent soul also exploded into ice shards and scattered on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was silent for a long time. Wang Luzhongming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't even feel the cold temperature around them. Dead. Big brother Jiling is also dead? Senior Jiling is the #1 itinerant cultivator in Snowfield City. He reached the true form realm more than 10 years ago. How could he die? Chapter 2118. In fact, the ones who were the most shocked were Wang Luzhongming, Xie Wanshi, and the others. They had all participated in the exploration of Nine Heavens' snow domain, so they knew very well what stage Qin Fin was at that time. However, it was precisely such an ant that returned mightily a few months later and annihilated Gao Jingchao and Silent Spirit with a raise of his hand. Even Qin Fin was somewhat surprised. He knew his current strength very well. He was invincible among the disaster transformation realm, but killing a true form mighty being was still a challenge. It was just like how he had heavily injured Ouyang Tian on the Demon Peak a month ago, but he had not killed him. As for being able to kill the first stage true form realm Jiling in one move, there was a lot of luck involved. First of all, Jiling had not expected that Qin Fin would still dare to attack when Xingzhongtian had come to the rescue. Furthermore, all his attacks had been killing moves, leaving him no room to retaliate or resist. Now that he had established his might, Qin Feng put on the airs of an otherworldly expert and said, "Is there anyone else who isn't convinced by me? You can step forward." The mountain peak was completely silent. Silent spirit strength was already at the top of the group, and probably only Sheng Zhongtian could compete with him. On the other hand, Sheng Zhongtian had no enmity with Qin Feng. At most, he would be a little dissatisfied with Qin Feng's arrogance, but he would not shed all pretense of cordiality with Qin Feng over such a small matter. Moreover, the survival of Snowfield City was entrusted to Qin Feng. Young hero Qin, did you say that you found the location of the sealed sky formation? Sheng Zhongtian wisely changed the topic. Qin Fin retracted his true yuan and said, "That sky-sealing grand formation is called the Immortal Stone Grand Formation. It's probably set up by the Eastfield Continent's Kobe sect. Once the Immortal Stone Grand Formation operates normally, the spiritual energy in the entire divine supreme continent will gradually thin out, turning it into a cultivation wasteland." Their expressions changed drastically. This was the first time they had heard of the Immortal Stone Array. Young hero Qin, where did you hear this news from? Isn't the Eastfield Continent's Kobe clan one of the top sects in the divine continent? Why would they set up a sky-sealing formation to prevent cultivators from ascending? Xingzhongtian was in disbelief. Even Qin Fin couldn't figure out the reason behind it. He initially thought that the higher-ups of the Kamaha clan had all entered the immortal realm, so they set up the sky-sealing formation to prevent other sects and cultivators from ascending to the immortal realm. That was how they controlled the entire divine supreme continent. However, there are many things that did not make sense. If the higher-ups of the Kobe faction had ascended, how did they return to the divine continent? Moreover, they couldn't possibly ignore the other disciples of the Kobe faction, right? In this way, even the disciples of the Kobe sect would find it difficult to ascend to immortality. I found this in the cave abode in the Nine Heavens snow domain. Take a look and you'll understand. Qin Fin threw out a jade scroll. It was Chu Fan's handwriting. More than a dozen powerful divine senses swept the jade slip, and a moment later, cries of alarm rang out. This was left behind by Chu Fan, the strongest cultivator of Xue Yu City. I didn't expect the Kobe sect, one of the top forces in the divine continent, to do such a crazy thing in the dark. It seems that what young hero Qin said is true. Let's quickly find the Immortal Stone Array and destroy it completely. There was one thing that Qin Fin didn't explain. Actually, the purpose of finding the celestial stone formation was to repair it, not to destroy it. Otherwise, the situation of the sky-splitting formation wouldn't be resolved. However, as long as the immortal stone formation continued to exist, the cultivators on the divine supreme continent would not be able to ascend to the immortal realm. This was obviously a method that the person who set up the formation had carefully considered. Destroying the spell formation would mean doomsday, but if it wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't be able to ascend to the celestial realm. It was a difficult choice. Young hero Qin, where is the celestial stone formation that you found? Sheng Zhongtian trusted Qin Fun completely. The Dead Sea, around the Quicksand River. Qin Fun answered truthfully. Wang Lu Zhongming was shocked. What? The formation is at the Quicksand River? What should we do now? The rest of the powerful cultivators looked distressed. As true form and disaster transformation cultivators, there were very few things that could baffle them. If the billions of cultivators in Shuiyu City saw this, they would definitely find it hard to understand. Can't we go to the Quicksand River? Qin Fun raised an eyebrow. Sheng Zhongtian sighed and said, "Sigh, it's not that we can't go, but it's a place with a high chance of survival. Perhaps young hero Qin doesn't know about the Dead Sea, but it's a forbidden place for ghost cultivators. It's shrouded in thick yin qi all year round, and it's completely unsuitable for human cultivators to live in. There's a perilous place in the Dead Sea called the Quicksand River. Legend has it that it's a barren land of sand without any vitality or spirit qi. Even ghost cultivators won't go there easily. Even if some brave cultivators go there to explore, they have never come out alive." Back then, the situation had been urgent, so Qin Fun hadn't listened to Hong Ming's detailed introduction of the Quicksand River. Now that he understood more from Sheng Zhongtian, Qin Fun finally understood why these powerful cultivators were so afraid of the Quicksand River. "We have to go to the Quicksand River no matter what. I've already promised the powerful cultivators of Devil City to meet at the entrance of the Quicksand River." Qin Fun's tone was unquestionable. Sheng Zhongtian and the rest knew that there was no way out. When they found out that the powerful cultivators of Devil City were also going to explore the Quicksand River, they felt more at ease. Now that all the powerful cultivators of the two regions had gathered, there were at least 20 true form cultivators. They believed that no matter how terrifying the Quicksand River was, there would still be hope of survival. 7 days later, the two teams met successfully. When Qin Fun led Sheng Zhongtian and the rest to the entrance of the Quicksand River, Hong Ming and the other powerful cultivators of Devil City were already waiting there. "Young hero Qin, the people on my side are all here." Hong Ming immediately went forward to welcome them. Qin Fun looked around and saw the Thunder Emperor, Nie Yuan, and the rest of the Devil City team. These people had conflicts with him, but Qin Fun wasn't in the mood to find trouble with them. However, he didn't see Ouyang Tian in the crowd. Just as Qin Fun was feeling puzzled, Hong Ming said, "Young hero Qin, Ouyang Tian was severely injured by your saber move that day. Then I killed him." Qin Fun felt relieved. Although he had conflicts with the Thunder Emperor and the rest, they weren't mortal enemies. However, before entering the #1 demonic mountain, Qin Fun had killed Ouyang Tian's youngest son, Ouyang Jun, in front of everyone. This had created a blood feud with Ouyang Tian. Now, Qin Fun had left a deep impression in the hearts of the Devil City cultivators. The scene of him using the Thunder Tribulation to blast the true form cultivators while breaking through to the disaster transformation realm was unforgettable. Originally, the Thunder Emperor and the rest had thought that Qin Fun had been taken away and killed by that mysterious person. Now that they saw Qin Fun again, they were all shocked. Thunder King, the sect leader of Shanghai's Thunder Sect, greets Senior Qin. Nie Yuan from the sky, Fiend, sect greets Senior Qin. Demon, Venerable Bei Ming of the North Underworld Mountain swears to obey Senior Qin's orders. I only hope that Senior Qin can lead everyone to resolve this destructive calamity. When the mighty figures of Devil City returned to their senses, they took the initiative to greet Qin Fen. This scene stunned Shang Zhongtian and the rest. Although they had witnessed Qin Fen's powerful strength not long ago, they hadn't expected Qin Fen's status to be so noble. All the top-notch experts in Devil City had shown a humble attitude and even addressed him as senior. If everyone works together this time, we will definitely be able to resolve this crisis. Before they set off, Qin Fen boosted everyone's morale. Originally, the orthodox Dao cultivators of Snowfield City and the fiend cultivators of Devil City didn't interact with each other. In fact, they would fight whenever they met. Now, under Qin Fen's leadership, the top-notch experts of the two regions had temporarily formed an alliance. No one would believe this if they told others. Qin Fen wasn't familiar with the Dead Sea. However, he quickly realized that Hongming, Shang Zhongtian, and the rest had never been here before. This was the territory of the ghost cultivators. With their high statuses in their respective territories, if they entered the Dead Sea carelessly, it might even incite a war between the cultivators of the two regions. Just like Devil City, there was a huge rock at the entrance to the Dead Sea. On it, the two majestic words Dead Sea were written. Actually, the rock was the array door to enter the Dead Sea. With Qin Fen's current standards as a level 8 array immortal, he quickly saw through this hidden array. When he leaped towards the huge rock, everyone didn't understand. However, when his body passed through the huge rock and disappeared into the barren desert, everyone immediately understood. So this stone tablet is the array door to the Dead Sea. This is really unexpected. Shang Zhongtian sighed and jumped into the rock as well. The mighty figures of Snowfield City followed suit. After they had all entered the Dead Sea, Hongming led the experts of Devil City in as well. After passing through the array door, the scene before their eyes changed drastically. Although they were still in a boundless desert, the sky was gray. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sun, causing everyone's hearts to sink. The yin qi here is very heavy. Everyone be careful. Shang Zhongtian frowned. After Hongming entered, she prepared to scout ahead, but was stopped by Qin Fen. What's wrong, young hero Qin? Senior, don't be anxious. It's difficult to use one's divine consciousness in the Dead Sea. Some dangers are impossible to predict. It's better for me to use the heavenly fire to scout ahead. After Qin Fen spoke, a ball of blue fire appeared in his hand. The flame in the ball of fire was in the shape of a two-petaled sunflower. In the thick, dark fog, it looked very alluring. This is the Heavenly Fire Spirit Sunflower, which is ranked 20th, and it's a level 2 spirit sunflower flame. Who exactly is young hero Qin? He has reached level 1 disaster transformation at such a young age and can kill true form experts. He also has 2 kinds of heavenly fire, the ice heart flame and the spirit sunflower. This is too shocking. Everyone be careful. There are ghosts up ahead. When the spirit sunflower heavenly fire appeared, it was as if a bright lamp had lit up the dark world. There were dozens of ghosts floating in the black fog. Moreover, the ghosts' consciousnesses were extremely powerful. They seemed to have formed divine consciousness. Hongming was the first to discover the danger and immediately sent a palm strike. There was a loud explosion. However, the quintessential essence palm did not have any effect on the ghosts. It felt like a ferocious punch had landed on cotton. The ghosts refined by ghost cultivators all exist with a trace of remnant consciousness. Ordinary, quintessential essence attacks are useless against them. You can use the heavenly fire or divine consciousness attacks to destroy the ghosts, Shang Zhongtian said. Hongming stopped her quintessential essence attack and sent out a ball of black fire. Qin Fen immediately recognized that it was the Earth Fire Black Lotus, which was ranked 58th in the divine supreme continent. However, when the Black Lotus appeared, the others did not have much of a reaction. Qin Fen quickly understood. Everyone present was at the peak of disaster, transformation realm, and true form almighties. It was not strange for them to collect the earth fire that was ranked lower. Baidu search for Yunlai Pavilion's novel website and let you experience the latest and fastest novel updates. All the novels were updated in seconds. Chapter 2119. When the black lotus flew over, a shrill scream was heard in the air. More than a dozen ghosts were instantly turned into ashes. This is only the entrance to the Dead Sea. It is already filled with ghosts. I believe that the deeper we go into the Dead Sea, the more ghosts there will be. Their cultivation levels will also be higher. We have to be careful. Hong Ming's expression was solemn. Even this second stage, true form Almighty, did not dare to underestimate the danger of the Dead Sea. Everyone braced themselves and resumed their journey. Very soon, they realized a serious problem. The entire Dead Sea was shrouded in a thick, black fog. The sinister aura permeated the air. Even their divine senses could not scan too far away. They could not find a direction at all. This was everyone's first time at the Dead Sea. No one knew where the quicksand river was. Even if they had a map, they did not know when the map had been drawn. It did not match the current environment. Everyone, there is no need to check the map. It is fake, Qinfen said. Young hero Qin, how can you tell that the map is fake? Hong Ming asked. According to everyone, the Dead Sea is a forbidden area of the West Sea continent. Other than the Ghost Cultivator clan, cultivators from other clans will die if they enter. How can a map be leaked? Everyone understood what Qinfen meant. The Dead Sea was shrouded in a thick, black fog. Even the true form Almighty's divine senses could not scan it. It was impossible for other human cultivators or fiendish cultivators to do anything here. This showed that the map in everyone's hands was probably fake. It could also have been drawn by a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators would definitely not sell the real Dead Sea map. Therefore, it was difficult to distinguish the location on the map from the fake. Without a map to guide the way, we will not be able to find the quicksand river. What should we do now? Why don't we leave first? It will not be too late to enter the Dead Sea after we think of a countermeasure. The group of true form Almighties was solemn. They did not dare to relax in the Dead Sea. Before Qinfen could make a decision, a cloud of black fog suddenly attacked them. This black fog was darker than the black fog that shrouded the Dead Sea. It was as if a black rain would fall from the clouds at any time. Who touched my head? Someone touched my back. Can you not joke at a time like this? The few mighty figures were shocked, and the rest immediately raised their vigilance. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. That black fog had unknowingly enveloped everyone. Within the black fog, there seemed to be dozens of pairs of eyes staring at them from behind. However, when one's divine sense locked onto them, they could not find anything. Where did this ghost come from? How dare you cause trouble in front of this king? Die! The Thunder Sovereign suddenly roared furiously and sent a palm strike behind him. The sound of thunder roiled, as if a bolt of lightning had fallen to the ground and smashed onto Nie Yuan, who was behind him. Fortunately, Nie Yuan reacted in time and immediately took out a true artifact defensive cauldron. The large cauldron spun rapidly, blocking the Thunder King's attack. Thunder King, have you gone mad? Nie Yuan said furiously. The Thunder Sovereign was startled awake. With an embarrassed expression, he said, I'm sorry, Sect Master Nie. Earlier, I clearly used my spiritual sense to detect a sneak attack from behind. However, the moment I made a move, the Yin soul disappeared. Actually, it was not just the Thunder King who felt this way. Everyone else felt the same way. It was as if there were countless eyes hidden in the darkness, watching everyone's every move. Take out the heavenly flame and disperse the black mist. As Qinfen spoke, he took the lead and sent out several clumps of spirit sunflower flames. When the flames rose from the black mist, the faint blue light gradually spread out. Instantly, everyone felt much better. When everyone came back to their senses, various colored flames rose into the sky and the black mist started to disperse quickly. The scene of over 10 heavenly flames appearing at the same time was a rare occurrence in 100 years, and it caused many almighty existences to exclaim in surprise. Qin Fun was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. The heavenly flames in the hands of those almighty existences were all different, but their grades were all inferior to the spirit sunflower heavenly flame that he sent out, let alone the ice heart flame that he had subdued not long ago. That clump of black mist did not completely disperse. There should be some powerful Een soul hidden in this black mist, and it can even interfere with spiritual sense. If we stay in the black mist for a long time, there will definitely be problems. Anyway, we don't have a map anymore. Let's move forward first and take one step at a time. Everyone had no direction and could only move forward for now. They had to first get rid of the black mist behind them. However, after walking for an unknown period of time, that clump of thick black mist was still following behind them. It was like everyone's shadow. Young hero Qin, we seem to have been targeted. Hong Ming had a bad premonition. Qin Fan had already stopped. He realized that the clump of black mist seemed to be controlled by someone. It was not that everyone was escaping from the black mist's pursuit, but that the black mist was forcing everyone to go somewhere. This clump of black mist is strange. Everyone, join forces and see if we can destroy it. Under Qin Fun's command, over 20 almighty existences attacked at the same time. All sorts of heavenly flames floated in the sky. The almighty existences without fire seeds used their quintessential essence to attack. Rumble. When everyone's attacks merged, an intense explosion was instantly produced. The sky seemed to split open, and the ground shook incessantly. That clump of black mist instantly disappeared, and not even a trace of its afterimage could be found. However, everyone did not relax. Instead, their expressions became even more grave. When the black mist dissipated, an illusory figure floated in midair. That figure was wearing a black robe, and it almost merged with the originally gray sky. Who is causing trouble? Either leave quickly or be killed by us. Although that figure in the sky has a powerful aura, it is not a physical body. It should be a soul or a divine will. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when someone mentioned divine will. That was the legendary divine will doppelganger that would only appear after one had stepped into the true God realm. Senior Hong Ming, what is divine will? It was Qin Fun's first time hearing that term. Hong Ming spoke quickly through her divine will. Young hero Qin, when one's martial arts realm reaches the tripod ekayana, the previous primordial spirit will condense into a nascent soul. The tripod ekayana, disaster transformation, and true form realms are the nascent soul's natural growth process. When one steps into the true God realm, the nascent soul that has already grown into a human will transform again and become a mature individual with divine will. It is called divine will. Divine will is extremely powerful. It can kill people invisibly and take their lives from 1,000 miles away. Even some true form almighties can die under divine will. Qin Fun felt a chill in his heart after hearing Hong Ming's explanation. He said in disbelief, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the enemy in front of us has already stepped into the true God realm?" Everyone fell silent. They had realized the existence of divine will earlier than Qin Fin and had already associated it with divine venerables in the true God realm. However, after a while, Shang Zhongtian said, "This might not be a real divine will, but a pseudo-divine will." Everyone was confused. Wang Lu Zhongming asked, "City Lord, what is a pseudo-divine will?" Shang Zhongtian explained, "A pseudo-divine will is similar to a divine will, but it is not a divine will. Everyone knows that the Dead Sea's ghost cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves. It is common for them to kill people of a higher realm. It is not surprising that they have a pseudo-divine will. City Lord Shang is right. Don't scare yourselves. I fought with the Ghost King of the Dead Sea more than 10 years ago. He had just stepped into the true form realm then. How could he have broken through to the true God realm in such a short time? Demon Venerable North Dark said. Everyone regained their confidence. After they calmed down, they realized that they had made a fuss. If a true God realm divine venerables had really appeared in the Dead Sea, they would have gone to Snowfield City and MO due to start a massacre based on their ferocious nature. They would not have remained silent for so long. Humph! You bunch of ants barged into the Dead Sea Forbidden Zone without permission. Are you planning to start a war? A voice came from the black shadow in the void. Demon Venerable North Dark shouted. It is indeed the Ghost King. I remember his voice. They had just entered the Dead Sea not long ago. They had not expected to attract the Ghost King. He was a famous ghost cultivator leader in the entire West Sea continent. It was enough to raise everyone's vigilance. Sheng Zhongtian cupped his fists in the air and said, Ghost King! This time, we had no choice but to barge into the forbidden area of the Dead Sea. Right now, cracks have appeared in the sky above Snow Domain City and Demonic City, and there is only one way to fill up those dislocated spaces, and that is to repair the Great Sky Ceiling Formation. Humph! What does that have to do with the Dead Sea's ghost cultivators? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. The Ghost King's tone was cold. There was no room for negotiation. Good and evil could not coexist. If it had been any other time, Sheng Zhongtian would have led his people to fight the Ghost King. However, they had to swallow their anger now that they were in trouble. That's because the sky ceiling array is near the Dead Sea's quicksand river, Sheng Zhongtian said. The black shadow in the air was silent for a moment. Suddenly he laughed maniacally. You should have discussed your lies beforehand. You have the nerve to tell such a lie that can fool a 3-year-old child? I am the supreme being of the Dead Sea. I have lived in the Dead Sea for close to 1,000 years. Why haven't I heard of any sky ceiling array in the Dead Sea? Sheng Zhongtian suppressed his anger and said, This matter is complicated. The sky ceiling array was not originally in the Dead Sea. However, due to various reasons, it has landed near the quicksand river. In any case, don't interfere with this matter. Once we find and repair the array, we will leave on our own. As soon as Sheng Zhongtian finished speaking, a strong gust of wind swept through the sky. The black fog instantly condensed and formed a huge vortex that connected heaven and earth. The Ghost King's angry roar came from the black fog vortex. A bunch of ants dare to cause trouble in the Dead Sea? Do you really think that we, the ghost cultivators, are easy to bully? If you don't leave now, you will die here. Everyone felt helpless. In fact, even they did not dare to believe that the array had shifted. If Qin Feng had not taken out the jade scroll that Chu Fan had left behind and displayed his extraordinary abilities, no one in Snowfield City would have followed him to explore the Dead Sea. Since you don't want Snowfield City and Demonic City to have an easy time, then we can only fight to the death. Sheng Zhongtian did not back down. Han Ming took a step forward, and a violent, essential ether surged from her body to show Demonic City's attitude. The black fog vortex that connected heaven and earth grew larger and larger, as if it had covered half the sky of the Dead Sea. As the Ghost King roared, the vortex suddenly moved and surged toward the crowd with the force of a tsunami. With just a few ants like you really overestimate yourselves. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2120. The black fog surged like a wave and engulfed the crowd instantly. Even a group of peak true form and disaster transformation realm experts lost their way when they entered the black fog. Immediately, there were ghostly wails and wolf howls. There were countless ghosts in the black mist. The howls made people's scalps tingle. Even these truth realization state powerful beings' minds were disturbed. Everyone be careful. This is a divine consciousness attack. Qin Fan immediately sent a quintessential essence message. This was not the first time he had fought with ghost cultivators. so he knew some of their techniques. Everyone immediately sealed their divine consciousness to stop the chaotic sounds from entering their minds. Some people had already launched a counterattack. Although the quintessential essence attack was fierce, it had no effect on the ghosts in the black fog. Although Qin Fen reminded everyone, he did not seal his sea of consciousness. Moreover, he did not use his true essence to attack. He did not even use his heaven fire. Instead, he circulated the soul returning technique and used his powerful divine sense cultivation method to cut the millions of Yin souls in the black fog. This move was immediately effective. The ghosts, which even the quintessential essence of a true form expert could not kill, were vulnerable to the soul returning technique. The moment Qin Fen used his divine consciousness, the divine consciousness blade could cut a large number of ghosts. However, the moment he saw the effect, he immediately stopped using the soul returning technique. This was because there were countless spirits in the black fog. If he were to rely on his divine sense alone, he would not be able to kill them all even after a year and a half. In a place like the Dead Sea, the soul returning technique was his only trump card. It was best not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Even though he had stopped using the soul returning technique, the Ghost King still sensed that the black fog vortex that connected the sky and the earth had clearly paused for a moment, as if it was frozen in the sky. There was no movement at all. It's just a struggle before death. The moment you stepped into the Dead Sea, your lives were already counting down. The Ghost King's words baffled everyone, but only Qin Fen could understand what he was saying. Qin Fen was nervous. After a moment, he heaved a sigh of relief because the Ghost King did not attack him alone. This meant that although the Ghost King had sensed the divine consciousness attack, he did not know who had done it. Young hero Qin, what should we do now? The ghosts in the black fog are too strong. We must leave immediately. Everyone stay close. Don't get separated. The crowd was in chaos. In the vast black fog, even the true form and disaster transformation realm experts could feel the faint aura of death. I'll take the lead. Everyone follow behind me. Qin Fen made a decision and clapped his hands. Spirit sunflower flames shot out, opening a path in front of him. He stepped on his sword and rushed forward, trying to break out of the black fog. More than 20 mighty beings followed suit, and at the same time, they also took out their own heavenly flames, forming a magnificent scene in the black fog. The dozen or so heavenly flames of different colors were like twinkling stars in the night sky. The black fog was boundless, and everyone flew at full speed, but they were still. The black fog was of heaven. We were bewitched by the formation. Qin Feng, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He believed that no matter how powerful the Ghost King was, the black fog it formed could not be so majestic. Of sect of formation. Of sect. Tao. Tao, saint sect, and in the distance of the realm. Of Nie Yuan, the sect leader of Tao Saint sect, said, that aura seems to be shrouding us all the time. Qin Fen had sensed the aura a long time ago, but he hadn't cared at first. He'd thought it was a formation to strengthen the black fog's attack. After flying for several hours without being able to get out of the black fog, Qin Fen was sure it was a field formation. Speaking of field formations, the lowest was a level 6 Grandmaster formation. This kind of formation was usually created along with the field. It was a formation set up by the person who set up the formation in his field. When Qin Feng had obtained the 7-colored Ghost Face Soul banner, it was a bit like a field formation. We've been in the Ghost King's field, Qin Fen said honestly. Everyone was shocked. Young hero Qin, are you sure we're in the Ghost King's field? No wonder my quintessential essence was suppressed so much. I thought it was because of the ghosts. It turns out we've entered the Ghost King's field. That old ghost is consuming everyone's quintessential essence. When our quintessential essence is used up, he can easily kill us at any time. The group of experts became nervous. In someone else's field, Everything was up to the opponent. Everyone, use your own fields and leave with me. Qin Fin had already expanded his field. When his field surrounded everyone, many experts revealed shocked expressions. They hadn't expected Qin Fin to have comprehended the field to initial success. Actually, it wasn't rare for disaster, transformation state cultivators to comprehend the field to initial success. But everyone knew that Qin Fin was only at body condensation state mid-stage a few months ago. Comprehending the field wasn't something that could be completed in a day. It seemed that Qin Fin had at least touched the edge of the field a few months ago. Body condensation state mid-stage cultivators had just started to comprehend the realm, but he had already touched the edge of the field. This was a bit terrifying. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, everyone unleashed their respective fields. Qin Fin even felt a few more powerful magnetic fluctuations in the air. It was obvious that they were no longer within the scope of a field. Someone must have comprehended the existence of a domain. More than 20 arenas overlapped, and a few domains shrouded the area. The entire sky surged, and the air formed ripples like waves on water. The black mist was dispersed by the rippling airflow and gradually drifted into the distant sky. Everyone's vision became clear, but they heard the Thunder King scream, "Not good! We've fallen into a trap." That old ghost didn't want to use the black fog to kill people, but to confuse us into a place of despair. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they immediately understood what the Thunder King meant. They didn't know where they were now. The surroundings were still covered in the black fog. The black fog in the sky was tens of times thicker than at the entrance of the Dead Sea. It was like a layer of black rain floating in the sky. Under their feet was a boundless black sand. They couldn't feel a trace of spirit chi or vitality. It made them feel despair. What is this place? We're completely lost. Even if the Ghost King doesn't do anything, we probably won't be able to leave the Dead Sea for the rest of our lives. Just as everyone was panicking, a strange laugh came from the sky. Gigi, welcome everyone to Quicksand River. Didn't you come here to find the formation? This king sent you here out of kindness. Don't thank me. Enjoy the scenery of Quicksand River. The voice came from a distant place. It was just a divine sense transmission of the Ghost King. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They were just looking for Quicksand River. They didn't expect the Ghost King to send them here. Is that old ghost so kind? I think it's better for everyone to be careful. After the surprise, Hongming raised her guard. Qin Feng's eyes darted around. He said, "Maybe this really is Quicksand River." "Young hero Qin, what do you mean?" Shengzhong Tian asked. "The Ghost King doesn't know we're here to find Quicksand River. He doesn't even believe we're here for Quicksand River. He thinks our words are an excuse. He thinks that the powerful cultivators of Demonic City and Snowfield City are working together to eradicate the Dead Sea's ghost cultivators. He never thought that we're really here for Quicksand River." Qin Fun's explanation enlightened everyone. If they were in his shoes, the Ghost King would really have sent them to Quicksand River. This was because this was the most dangerous place in the Dead Sea. Who knew how many almighty cultivators had fallen here? "Young hero Qin, since we're here, hurry up and find the formation," Xia Wanshi said anxiously. He didn't want to stay a moment longer in the Dead Sea. He Qinjin frowned. If this is really Quicksand River's territory, I didn't sense any formation ripples on the way here. Is there really a sky ceiling formation here? Demonic City's formation king, Nya Yuan, also raised his doubts. "Young hero Qin, did you remember the wrong place?" Everyone rolled their eyes. If Qin Feng dared to say he remembered wrongly, they would definitely attack him together. Qin Feng shook his head and said firmly, "There's no mistake. Senior He Shihin was the one who deduced the formation's location. It's the senior who appeared at the Demon Mountain and took away the thousands of devouring immortal bugs." Qin Feng was afraid that everyone didn't know who He Shihin was, so he explained it to the powerful cultivators of Demonic City. However, Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the people from Snowfield City were shocked. Young Hirochin, do you think that mysterious person is Senior Hishihin? Hong Ming raised her voice. Senior Hong Ming knows Hishihin. I can't say I know him, but I admire him. I believe I'm not the only one who admires him. Everyone here also admires him, Hong Ming said emotionally. Qin Feng immediately realized Hishihin was a big shot. However, it made sense after thinking about it. That old man was at least a true god. How could he be someone ordinary if he could take away the devouring immortal bugs? Sheng Zhongtian regained his senses and said in a trembling voice, Rumor has it that, Senior, he was the #1 ultimate god in the Donya continent 100 years ago. The All-Heaven sect he was in charge of was one of the few 9-star sects in the Donya continent. His cultivation realm was unfathomable, and it was only a matter of time before he entered the celestial world. However, he disappeared in the past 100 years. Many people thought he had either died or entered the celestial world. Qin Feng could not help but sigh when he learned about Hishihin's story. Being the #1 ultimate god in the Donya continent was equivalent to being the strongest person in the entire divine continent. At the same time, Qin Feng thought of something else. He remembered Hishihin saying that he had been sealed in the cave residence in the Purple Cloud Mountains for 100 years. It was obvious that his disappearance 100 years ago was not his intention. How powerful was Hishihin's opponent to be able to seal him in the cave residence? Qin Feng did not dare to think too deeply about it, as it was not a level he could reach at the moment. Moreover, the most important thing at the moment was to find the Fairy Stone formation and repair it as soon as possible. So, Senior, he didn't enter the celestial world. I wonder why he suddenly appeared at this time. You guys really saw Hishihin? Why did he appear in the West Sea continent? Everyone's topic shifted to Hishihin and even forgot about their serious business and the crisis they were in. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2121. Qin Feng quickly changed the topic. Everyone, finding the immortal stone array is the most important thing right now. We can talk about other things later. Everyone came back to their senses. Hong Ming said young Hirochin. Nie Yuan said that he did not sense the aura of the array. Did you discover anything? Everyone placed their hopes on Qin Feng. He was clearly the youngest in the group and had the lowest cultivation level, but he shocked everyone again and again. But this time, Qin Feng did not sense anything. He shook his head and said, There is indeed no aura of the array nearby. Perhaps the immortal stone array is not here. Why don't we split up and look around? If we split up, we might be defeated by the ghost cultivators one by one, the Thunder King said worriedly. It seems like the Ghost King does not intend to attack at the moment. So, we need to hurry and find the array to repair it, Qin Feng said. I agree with young Hirochin's suggestion. Regardless of whether the Ghost King intends to attack us, we don't have much time. Right now, there are countless cracks in the sky above Demonic City and Snowfield City. Billions of cultivators are in dire straits. We have no way out. We can only kill our way out with blood. Hong Ming's words boosted everyone's morale. These almighties usually schemed against each other, but in the face of a devastating disaster, they were the leaders that almighties should be. Then let's split into 3 groups. Each group will be led by an array expert, Sheng Zhongtian suggested. The 20-odd almighties quickly split into 3 groups, led by Qin Feng, Hiqianjin, and Nie Yuan. The 3 groups headed in different directions. They agreed that once any group found the immortal stone array, they would immediately send a flying sword message to the other groups. Although the Ghost King had already brought everyone to Quicksand River, it was vast and boundless. It was half the size of Snowfield City. Moreover, the surrounding environment was terrible. It was shrouded in gray and black fog. It was difficult to even distinguish north, south, east, and west. Young Hirochin, it's not a good idea to keep searching like this. I'm afraid we won't find any results, even after a year. Hongming put away her flying sword and landed on the black sand. Apart from Hongming, Shangzhongtian, Xiaowanshe, the Thunder Sovereign, and the others were also following Qinfen. Actually, Wang Lu Zhongming, Dark North Demon Exalt, and the other Almighties also wanted to follow Qinfen's team. They had an inexplicable feeling that they would only be able to survive if they followed Qinfen. However, in order to balance out the three teams, they were split up into the other two teams. Qinfen furrowed his brows as he stood in the vast black sand. He tried his best to extend his divine sense, but the black mist in the quicksand river was like a solid wall that completely blocked his divine sense. The visibility in the black fog was less than 5 meters, and it was impossible to use divine sense to observe the terrain. Under such conditions, trying to find the immortal stone array was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Master, you can let the hunting turtles try to find it. Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The hunting turtles were fast and small, so it was easy to find things in a place like Quicksand River. Moreover, the hunting turtles were level 9 star beasts and were extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras. As long as it could smell the aura of the immortal stone array, it would definitely be able to find the immortal stone array accurately. However, Qin Feng didn't have the immortal stone array, but he still had a few phoenix flowers with him. As long as the immortal stone array appeared, the phoenix flowers and the spirit marrow pool would definitely appear. A black shadow the size of a fingernail flashed by and quickly blended into the vast black fog. It didn't attract the attention of the Almighties at all. The hunting turtles had already flown far away, and Qin Feng immediately followed on his sword. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the hunting turtle's speed. Young hero Qin, where are you going? Everyone was confused. They were discussing a strategy to find the immortal stone array. Why did Qin Feng run away by himself? Everyone, quickly follow me. I can find the immortal stone array quickly. Qin Feng didn't have time to explain. While his voice was still echoing in the air, his figure had already flown thousands of meters away. The group of Almighties immediately followed. Even though they had a strong and vigorous quintessential essence aura, they had no idea where to find the array at all. The hunting turtles quickly adapted to the environment of Quicksand River, and their speed increased. Hongming and the other Almighties felt that they were almost unable to keep up with Qin Feng. Furthermore, they couldn't see anything at all as they flew at such a high speed. It felt like they were speeding through a space-time tunnel. Young hero Qin, are you sure you haven't found the wrong place? The Thunder King asked. He found it hard to imagine how Qin Feng was able to determine the direction of the terrain while flying at such a high speed. Actually, Qin Feng was the same as everyone else. He couldn't see anything clearly at all. However, he didn't need to see. He just had to keep up with the hunting turtles. After flying for half a day, the hunting turtles suddenly slowed down. When Qin Feng put away his flying sword and landed on an empty patch of black sand, his eyes flickered with a strange light. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Is this still Quicksand River? Rumor has it that Quicksand River is a desolate place in the Dead Sea. There's no vitality or spiritual chi here, but there's a spirit vein here. This doesn't make sense at all. All the Almighties who landed revealed astonished expressions. Ever since everyone entered the Dead Sea, all they saw was a desolate scene of black sand. There wasn't even a single weed or small tree to be seen. However, a river appeared several hundred meters ahead of them. The river water was black, and it seemed to have merged with the vast sand. However, the river water flowed slowly and reflected a faint light. It was like a Milky Way under the black night sky. Perhaps this is the real Quicksand River, Qin Feng suddenly said. Young hero Qin, what do you mean? Hongming's expression changed. Since it's called Quicksand River, it naturally has something to do with a river. The spirit vein in front of us is like a flowing river of sand. Perhaps this is how the Dead Sea's Quicksand River got its name. Qin Feng's explanation made sense. Many almighties revealed enlightened expressions. The Thunder King immediately asked, "Young hero Qin, why did you suddenly stop? Could the formation be nearby?" Qin Feng had stopped because the hunting pincer had stopped. Or rather, the hunting pincer had not landed on the sand. Instead, it had plunged into the Black River. The river could block divine senses and even cut off the connection between Qin Feng and the hunting pincer. When the hunting pincer entered the quicksand river, Qin Feng didn't know where it had gone. "It's very likely that the formation is at the bottom of this quicksand river," Qin Feng said. "If that's really the case, then let's quickly enter the bottom of the river." Hong Ming's expression became excited. It was as if she saw the hope of resolving this disaster. Qin Feng waved his hand and stopped her. "Since Quicksand River is called the Dead Sea's perilous place, there's naturally a reason for it. This Quicksand River is very strange. It's not a real spiritual spring, but it has formed a spirit vein. Everyone, don't be rash. It's best to understand the situation first." First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 21-22. Everyone immediately woke up from their joy and felt a lingering fear. If Qin Fen hadn't stopped her in time, not only would Hong Ming have charged into the Black Sand River, but the Thunder King and the rest would have followed. "Let me try the power of this quicksand river." Xingzhong Tian suddenly leaped up and floated above the quicksand river. He didn't attack. Instead, he threw a few level 4 spirit herbs into the river. When the spirit plant full of snake red fruits fell into the sand river, the lush fruits immediately withered. When the other spirit plants touched the river water, their green roots and leaves turned as dark as the river water, and they even emitted black smoke. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. There was indeed something wrong with the quicksand river. How is this a spirit vein? It's a river of death. "Young hero Qin, are you sure the array formation is at the bottom of the quicksand river? How do we go down? Let me throw a few spirit crystals in and see." Hong Ming leaped up and waved her hand. More than 10 spirit crystals fell into the quicksand river. Spirit crystals were stones even more precious than supreme-grade spirit stones. They contained a rich spirit source. However, when the spirit crystals touched the river water, the luster on their surface dimmed and they turned into a pile of useless rocks. They also emitted thick black smoke. "I understand now. This quicksand river is a death zone that devours spirit qi. As long as anything containing spirit qi comes into contact with the river water, it will be devoured completely." The Thunder King revealed a horrified expression. The others also realized this. Therefore, the group of disaster, transformation, and true form mighty figures lowered their heads like a row of frosted eggplants. "The array formation should be at the bottom of the river. Everyone stay here. I'll go test out this quicksand river." Qin Fen knew that he had to rely on himself. Even though Hong Ming and the rest had high realms, they were helpless in the face of such an unclear enemy. By the time he finished speaking, he had already rushed above the quicksand river. The flying sword under his feet was almost sticking to the river water. A small wave could drown his calves. Everyone was on tenterhooks and admired Qin Fen's courage. When they realized that the quicksand river could devour Spirit Source, these mighty figures gave up on approaching it. However, Qin Fen dared to fly above the river. "Young hero Qin, be careful," Hong Ming hurriedly reminded him. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let his guard down. The reason why he was so close to the river was because he wanted to find the secret of Quicksand River. Otherwise, he would never be able to cross the river and go underground. When his feet were almost touching the river, Qin Feng could feel a cold and gloomy aura coming from under his feet. It was an aura filled with death and despair, as if everything here would eventually turn into a pile of waste. This aura was very familiar to Qin Fen. After thinking for a while, He remembered that he had encountered this aura when he was exploring the South Flat Continent's 13 palaces. To be more precise, Qin Fun and Yu Wanqiu had encountered a level 9 soul nurturing formation on the 8th floor of the 13 palaces. The aura of the tens of thousands of spirits that had been nurtured in that formation was the aura of the quicksand river beneath their feet. After finding the clue, Qin Feng was extremely shocked. If the quicksand river under his feet was also a level 9 soul nurturing array, then the Black River was not river water at all, but an aura formed by countless Yin spirits. When Qin Feng looked up, he couldn't see the end of the quicksand river. "Young hero Qin, do you see what's going on?" Hong Ming shouted. Qin Feng didn't dare to say his guess, as it scared even himself. If he told Hong Ming and the others, they might even be scared away. An entire river of Yin spirits. This was a spectacular scene that could only be formed after being nurtured for many years. If Qin Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. If it's really Yin spirits, then there's hope. However, after Qin Feng calmed down, a glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly leaped and fell into the quicksand river. This action caused the Thunder King and the others to exclaim in shock. The Almighties couldn't understand his actions at all. "Young hero Qin, what are you doing? Come back, quickly." Hong Ming was so anxious that she jumped. However, by the time she finished speaking, Qin Feng was already nowhere to be seen. Oh no, young hero Qin's mind might have been affected by the evil spirits in the quicksand river. Now that he has fallen into the river and died, what should we do? Is young hero Qin really dead? Why can't I believe it? The group of true form transformation Almighties panicked. They were helpless against the quicksand river, which was filled with the aura of death. Hong Ming even wanted to jump into the quicksand river to look for Qin out of impulse. However, she was stopped by the Thunder Monarch. Although the Thunder Monarch had a deep conflict with him, danger was lurking everywhere. One less true form Almighty meant one less chance of survival. Hong Ming, don't be foolish. Anyone who enters the quicksand river will die. Young hero Qin is no longer here, the Thunder King shouted. Xingzhongtian sighed. Now that young hero Qin is dead, the heavy responsibility will fall on everyone's shoulders. Don't seek death easily. Otherwise, Snowfield City and MO will be completely destroyed. As soon as Qin Feng jumped into the quicksand river, he immediately felt countless Yin spirits trying to enter his body. He heard ghostly wails and wolf howls. Those sounds made his hair stand on end. Even though Qin Feng had reached the disaster transformation realm, he instantly felt that his spiritual consciousness was about to explode. "Master, quick, use the creation of heaven and earth skill and the soul returning technique." Little Pig's voice was urgent. This showed how dangerous Qin Feng's current situation was. Actually, Qin Feng didn't need Little Pig's reminder. The moment he fell into the quicksand river, he had already used the soul returning technique. When a powerful spiritual consciousness surged in his mind like a wave, he immediately used the creation of heaven and earth skill and put on the life immortal armor. A faint aura of life surged out of Qin Feng's body. When he entered the endless aura of death of the quicksand river, he felt like countless small boats sailing on a stormy sea. These small boats were extremely tenacious. Although their auras kept weakening, they didn't dissipate. They slowly seeped into the depths of the quicksand river. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng could no longer feel the Yin spirit's attacks. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness became extremely powerful and overflowed. When his spiritual consciousness spread out, it instantly formed a wind blade that slashed down. Screams were heard as a large number of Yin spirits were blown away by the wind. This quicksand river really is a level 9 soul nurturing array. Qin Feng already had an answer, but he was even more shocked. This was because he was very clear about the use of the level 9 soul nurturing array. This was a type of array that specialized in nurturing the Een spirit's consciousness. The Een spirit's consciousness automatically provided energy, and the Een spirits would devour each other or outsiders to continuously strengthen themselves until they formed Een spirit bodies with intelligence. Qin Feng had seen these Een spirit bodies in the 8th palace. They had green eyes, their bodies were slowly taking shape, and they were extremely powerful. However, this wasn't the most terrifying aspect of the soul nurturing array. The purpose of this type of array was definitely not to nurture the strongest Een spirit. Instead, when the array was completed, the person who laid the array would absorb all the Een spirit energy in the array to increase their cultivation and the strength of their spiritual consciousness. The soul nurturing array on the South Flat Continent's 13 palaces was already very large. The array took up several kilometers, but compared to the boundless quicksand river in front of him, it was like a small sorcerer in the presence of a big sorcerer. Qin Feng couldn't imagine what kind of almighty being laid out such a huge soul-nurturing array. Or could it be that the almighty being who laid out the array was no longer in the Dead Sea or the West Sea continent? Qin Feng hoped that his second guess was correct. Otherwise, if the almighty being who laid out the array was still here, he, Hongming, and the others would definitely die. Regardless of the truth, Qin Feng had no way out. He decided not to think too much and started absorbing the Een spirit energy in the quicksand river. After mastering the soul homing technique, Qin Feng could increase the level of the soul homing technique by absorbing Een spirits. Previously, after he absorbed thousands of soul crystals in the 8th palace, the soul homing technique had increased twice. The direct effect of the increase was the strengthening of his spiritual consciousness. At this moment, some changes happened in the quicksand river. Several streams of black fog floated out and charged rapidly in the direction of Hongming and the others. Ah, what's crawling into my spiritual consciousness? Hurry up and come out. A demonic city disaster transformation cultivator suddenly shouted. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, their expressions changed. They didn't even have time to ask that demonic cultivator what was going on. This was because the same thing happened to the others. Oh no! The evil spirits in the quicksand river have initiated an attack, the Thunder King exclaimed. Shang Zhongtian immediately burned a mouthful of essence blood, and his spiritual consciousness instantly strengthened. He felt that the surging aura in his mind had disappeared, so he shouted to the crowd, "It should be the thoughts of the Een spirits. Everyone, it's best to seal your spiritual consciousness. Don't let these ghosts affect your mind." Hongming had already taken out his earth fire. A ball of black fire enveloped his body and fused with the black fog. Several miserable cries spread out in the sand, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Hurry up and use the heavenly flame to burn and force these ghosts to retreat. Hongming found a way to counterattack. Several balls of fire rose up, and the miserable cries in the air became even more intense. However, there were some auras that the heavenly flame couldn't burn out. Or rather, they couldn't be instantly burned out. They were still struggling to enter everyone's spiritual consciousness. These Een spirits are stronger than we imagined. The quicksand river is indeed a place of certain death. Everyone, hurry up and leave this place. If we continue to stay here, we'll only die. Xia Wanshir's voice was trembling as fear rose in his heart. Hongming immediately scolded. How can we retreat now? Putting aside the fact that young Hero Qin's fate is unknown, the black hole in the sky outside has yet to disappear. So what if we escape from the quicksand river? If we don't leave the West Sea continent, we'll die sooner or later. Escape from the West Sea continent? This was unrealistic for everyone present. They were all famous and powerful seniors in the West Sea continent. All of their power bases were in the West Sea continent. If they escaped from this land just to survive, even if they went somewhere else, they would be looked down upon and turned into a laughingstock. Moreover, the sky above Snowfield City and the demonic city was filled with cracks. How could it be that easy to escape from the West Sea continent unless you ran all the way out on the ground? You would be sucked away by the black hole if you stepped on a flying sword or a flying Dharma artifact. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 21-23. Moments later, Hongming and the others found that they didn't even have a chance to escape. Black qi kept surging out of the quicksand river. The black qi all turned into human shapes. Some had half a body, some had the entire outline of a human body. However, whether it was half a body or a full human silhouette, the black fog had no facial features. It was a gaseous state formed by the condensation of yin energy. In other words, it was no longer an aura, but a monster that had formed its own consciousness. These are soul cultivators, Sheng Zhongtian exclaimed. The others' expressions changed drastically. Of course they had heard of soul cultivators. It was an extremely ancient cultivation method. Usually, dead cultivators used a sliver of spirit sense or remnant will to cultivate. They needed a powerful soul cultivation method to support it. Those who cultivated it to great success could even be reborn. Their power was many times greater than before they died. Most importantly, their spirit sense would be unimaginably strengthened. Arg, I'm trapped by soul cultivators. Everyone come and save me. A disaster transformation state, peak stage, cultivator suddenly cried out. Hong Ming immediately slapped out a few balls of black lotus earth fire. There was a sizzling sound in the air, but those half-human soul cultivators didn't die immediately. They even continued to attack in the fire. What are they doing? Thunder King showed a terrified expression. Xia Wanshi said shakily, it said that initial success soul cultivators can devour the spirit sense of high-level cultivators to strengthen themselves. Those green-eyed soul cultivators are devouring spirit sense. Devouring spirit sense. Everyone was shocked. Even powerful figures like Hongming, who had reached the true form realm, could at most use spirit sense attacks. They could kill low-level cultivators with a thought, but they could not devour other people's spirit senses. Seeing the disaster transformation state, sect leader's face contorted in pain, Sheng Zhongtian couldn't just sit by and watch. He leaped over. The cultivation essence giant hand fell to the ground. The surging cultivation essence blew the half-human soul cultivators away. However, their qi quickly condensed and returned to normal. They weren't affected at all. Those soul cultivators didn't have faces, but everyone could clearly feel a wave of anger in the air. Tens of black qi flew toward Sheng Zhongtian and engulfed him in darkness. Rumble. At the same time, a loud sound came from Hongming's back as a true essence hand descended. The violent true essence sent him flying, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in midair. The mighty ones were stunned and looked at Xia Wanshi in disbelief. Sect leader Xia, what are you doing? Asked the vice chairman of West Sea Trading Company. Hongming had been sent flying by Xia Wanshi's palm. How could the other party reply to his question? He directly sent out a ferocious palm strike. The West Sea Trading firm's vice president's expression changed drastically, and he immediately flew away on his sword, narrowly avoiding being struck as well. Sect leader Xia has gone mad. It looks like he's being controlled by a soul cultivator. What do we do now? The remaining almighty beings were no longer able to remain calm. They were having a hard time dealing with the tens of thousands of soul cultivators before them, and now there was an anomaly among them. Furthermore, Xia Wanshi had lost his mind, and they had no way to deal with him. They couldn't just join forces to kill him, could they? No wonder the rumors say that Quicksand River is a place of certain death. Now that I've seen it, I finally understand how powerful it is. These soul cultivators are a bunch of incomparably powerful consciousnesses. How can we kill them all? Young Hero Qin is dead. Sect leader Xia has gone mad again. The Red Tea Devil King is heavily injured, and City Lord Sheng can't even protect himself. I think everyone should hurry up and escape. The West Sea continent is beyond saving, shouted the vice chairman of West Sea Trading Firm. Right now, it wasn't a matter of being afraid of death, but that there was no hope at all. If staying here meant death, then it was better to escape the West Sea continent and start anew somewhere else. Seeing that everyone had made up their minds, Xinjiangtian's anxious voice came out of the black mist. Everyone, come to me. Help me temporarily force back the soul cultivators. I can protect everyone. The few of them hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they flew over to Sheng Zhongtian's side. Several clumps of unique flames lit up the black mist, temporarily forcing back the soul cultivators. Sheng Zhongtian took a deep breath. Just now, he had been trapped by over 100 powerful consciousnesses of soul cultivators. Even breathing had become difficult for him. After adjusting his breathing, Sheng Zhongtian immediately took out an awl-shaped magic treasure. When the golden awl, which was originally only the size of a palm, was tossed out, it instantly grew in size, enveloping everyone under its golden radiance. That's the myriad cloud awl? The vice chairman of West Sea Trading Firm exclaimed. It said that Snowfield City Lord has a defensive magic treasure at the level of a quasi-immortal artifact. It can even block a fatal attack from a true divinity cultivator. Could it be this golden awl? The Thunder King was shocked. Above everyone's heads, the golden awl had already begun to slowly descend. In the end, it looked like a pyramid covering everyone. The golden awl wasn't an impenetrable wall like everyone had imagined. Instead, it was a barrier of energy that resembled the aura of an array formation. The air around it fluctuated like waves on the surface of a lake. When this layer of air wave appeared, everyone felt as if they had entered a different world. The dangerous aura of Quicksand River gradually faded, to the point where it was almost impossible to feel. As expected of a defensive magic treasure at the level of a quasi-immortal artifact, it can even block the powerful consciousnesses of soul cultivators. City Lord Sheng, your golden awl can move, right? Let's hurry up and leave this place. Everyone found hope again. After a moment of silence, Sheng Zhongtian said, My myriad cloud awl can still last for an hour. It won't be difficult for us to leave Quicksand River. However, I don't want to leave just like this. I want to go take a look at the bottom of Quicksand River. Everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. The Thunder King shouted, City Lord Sheng, are you crazy? It's hard for us to stay alive outside Quicksand River. If we enter Quicksand River, we will die even with the myriad cloud awl. However, Hongming said, I agree with City Lord Sheng's suggestion. I still feel that young Hero Qin hasn't died. Even if he has, we still have to find a way to find the immortal stone array and repair it. The Thunder King immediately retorted, Who doesn't want to resolve the calamity of West Sea Continent? However, with just the few of us, we won't be able to find the immortal stone array. Whether we can find it or not is one thing, but whether we can find it or not is another. Young Hero Qin came from North Sand Continent. He isn't from West Sea Continent, but he risked his life for West Sea Continent. As the seniors of West Sea Continent, how can we be afraid of death? Hongming said indignantly. The Thunder King was silent. The other powerhouses who had planned to escape all lowered their heads. Sheng Zhongtian had made up his mind. As he controlled the golden awl to fly towards Quicksand River, he said, It's up to us to stay or go. I must go to the bottom of Quicksand River to see what's going on. The myriad cloud all quickly landed above Quicksand River. The ripples of the golden chi cover became stronger. The originally faint sense of danger enveloped everyone's hearts again. No one left, because leaving the protection of the myriad cloud all would only lead to a faster death. However, when everyone arrived above Quicksand River, they felt a little regretful. The aura of ghosts here was not something the periphery could compare to. City Lord Sheng, let's leave this place quickly. the Thunder King said anxiously. Even Hong Ming felt a sense of retreat. She guessed that Qin Fen had really died. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhongtian immediately activated the myriad cloud all and tried to rush into the bottom of Quicksand River. However, there seemed to be a barrier above the Black Sand River. He couldn't enter at all. City Lord Sheng, what are you doing? The golden all hovered in midair. Everyone was burning with anxiety. Sheng Zhongtian hurriedly said, the myriad cloud all seems to be blocked by something. It can't enter the bottom of Quicksand River. Why can't it enter? Everyone saw young hero Qin jump into the Black River with their own eyes. The West Sea Trade Association's vice president was confused. Only now did Sheng Zhongtian realize Qin Fen's true strength. He was sure that there was something blocking above Quicksand River. Qin Fen must have found a way to enter. Now, even with the protection of the Golden Awl, he couldn't even enter the bottom of Quicksand River. Sheng Zhongtian felt hopeless again. He planned to activate the Myriad Cloud All and leave. However, when he was about to leave, he realized that he had completely lost contact with the Golden Awl. The golden chi cover undulated like a surging tsunami. It seemed like it would break at any time. At that moment, a scream came from nearby. Then there was another intense explosion. Everyone immediately looked over. Their expressions kept changing. The loud explosion had come from Xia Wancher's body. His body had already exploded. A golden human-shaped, nascent soul flew out, but was instantly engulfed by a few black mists. Half an hour later, Xia Wancher's nascent soul aura disappeared. A true form mighty cultivator had completely perished. Everyone gasped. These ghosts were unimaginably powerful, since they could even engulf a true form mighty cultivator's nascent soul. City Lord Sheng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave, the Thunder King said anxiously. Sheng Zhongtian sounded helpless. We can't leave now, even if we want to. Why? The myriad cloud all has already lost control. Unless everyone flies out by themselves, Sheng Zhongtian said truthfully. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Their only hope of survival had been extinguished. There were countless ghosts in Quicksand River. It was impossible for them to fly out by themselves. Xia Wanshi, who had died not long ago, was the best example. City Lord Sheng, how long can your myriad cloud all last? Hong Ming asked. At most 5 minutes. Actually, even without Sheng Zhongtian saying this, everyone realized that the golden all was about to explode. The golden aura barrier was fluctuating violently like boiling water. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we charge out of the golden all and attack Quicksand River together? Let's see if we can enter the underground, Hong Ming suggested. Sheng Zhongtian had already flown out first and slapped his palm on the surface of Quicksand River. He was a second stage true form mighty cultivator, but he had been suppressed in the Quicksand River Forbidden Zone. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time, now that he no longer cared about life and death. Sheng Zhongtian had to fight back. Rumble. The quintessential essence giant hand covered half of the sky above Quicksand River. As it fell, there was a rumble, and the calm black river surface rippled. Sheng Zhongtian immediately felt the obstruction in front of him lessen. He hurriedly shouted, there might be an array formation on Quicksand River. Everyone, break the array formation and charge in. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 21-24. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ming's attack landed. Hong Ming's attack had already landed. Numerous balls of black lotus hellfire smashed into the surface of the river, stirring up waves. After everyone came back to their senses, they also started attacking ferociously. However, the attacks of a group of true form supremacies were supposed to be earth-shattering, but they only created a small disturbance on the Quicksand River. After a wave of attacks, some changes happened in the Quicksand River. A cyclone appeared in the middle of the river. The cyclone was originally only the size of a palm, but it rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a tsunami whirlpool that eventually affected the entire Black River surface. "What is this?" The Thunder King stopped attacking and revealed a fearful expression. "Such a powerful Een-Soul aura. Is some monster about to fly out?" I suddenly thought of a question. Why are there so many Een-Souls in the Quicksand River? Are they raised by the Ghost King? Shang Zhongtian asked. This question shocked everyone. If the Quicksand River was really a place for the Ghost King to nurture souls, then the Ghost King's power was already so terrifying that it was hard to predict. However, now was not the time to think about these questions. In less than 5 minutes, the entire Quicksand River seemed to be boiling. The huge black whirlpool was bottomless, like a huge black hole in the sky. An ear-piercing scream was heard, and dozens of black figures flew out of the whirlpool. This group of black figures had completely taken human form. Their eerie green eyes were breathtaking, and some even grew hair and facial features. Their expressions were extremely hideous. Shang Zhongtian and the rest were dumbfounded. While they were dazed, the black figures that flew out of the Quicksand River pounced over like hungry wolves and engulfed the Thunder King instantly. The Thunder King's figure could not be seen clearly in the black mist, but a tragic scream could be heard. Hong Ming immediately sent out a few balls of Black Lotus earth fire. However, when the flames burned intensely in the black mist, they could not affect the black figures that had taken human form at all. 10 seconds later, Shang Zhongtian exclaimed, "The Thunder King is already dead? His aura is gone." Shang Zhongtian was not the only one who realized this. Hong Ming and the rest also realized this terrifying thing. Although Xia Wanshi's nascent soul had also been devoured by the ghosts on the periphery not long ago, he had still managed to struggle for some time. However, the Thunder King had been devoured almost instantly, not even having the chance to cry for help. Just like that, the top venerables who could summon wind and rain in Mo-Du perished. They felt that true form realm mighty beings were as insignificant as ants in the Quicksand River forbidden ground. The rest of them didn't want to stay a moment longer. They flew out of Shang Zhongtian's golden all-chi barrier and fled into the distance. Unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as they left the myriad cloud auger, they found themselves surrounded by black smoke. The black smoke was far stronger than the soul cultivators on the outside, and invaded their divine sense, causing them to shriek and scream in agony. These soul cultivators are on the verge of success and can use the fleshly bodies of powerful experts to be reborn. Everyone, seal your seas of divine sense. Don't let them control your minds. Shang Zhongtian roared anxiously. He already knew how Xia Wanshi had died. His mind had been controlled by the soul cultivator, and then he self-detonated. Everyone immediately sealed their divine senses. However, this group of human-shaped soul cultivators' divine senses were extremely powerful. They were practically all-pervasive, and they were still slowly seeping into their divine sense seas. Hong Ming's divine sense was already rather weak because he had been severely injured by Xia Wanshi. He was the first to be affected. His body froze in midair, and he screamed in pain. Not good. Red Ming Demon King has also been affected. The West Sea Merchant Group's vice president said anxiously. The few remaining mighty beings were powerless. Everyone was trapped by the powerful soul cultivators, and their divine sense seas were being attacked bit by bit. They couldn't help Hong Ming at all. Just as the situation was critical and irreversible, a black figure flew out of the Quicksand River, accompanied by an angry roar. "You ghosts dare to cause trouble here? Die!" Shang Zhongtian and the rest were shocked when they heard the voice. They even forgot to fight with the ghost. That voice was extremely familiar. Wasn't it Qin Fun, whom everyone thought had died long ago? However, no one was able to see the face of the shadowy figure, as it was surrounded by countless human-shaped phantoms. The divine sense of the soul cultivators was so powerful that it was like a tempest of divine sense, causing the magnetic field in the area to tremble. Is it really young Hero Qin? Hongming's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't realize that the soul cultivator had disappeared. The others also felt relaxed. They tried their best to look at the black fog above the quicksand river, wanting to see through everything. That voice is undoubtedly young Hero Qin. However, he was trapped by those soul cultivators. How can he survive? The West Sea Merchant Group's vice president was worried. Xingzhongtian had already flown over. His body shone with golden light, but the myriad cloud all's barrier was already extremely transparent, as if it would explode at any moment. There was a huge explosion. Before Xingzhongtian could even get close to Qinfen, the myriad cloud all suddenly exploded, turning into solid metal that fell into the quicksand river. Instantly, several black figures surrounded him. Xingzhongtian immediately activated his divine sense, forming a powerful magnetic field around him. City, Lord Sheng really comprehended a domain? The few powerful beings in the distance were shocked. When everyone had just entered the Dead Sea to escape the Ghost King's pursuit, they had used their own domains. However, there were two even more powerful magnetic fields in each domain. At that time, everyone had guessed that someone had comprehended a domain. Now, they knew that one of them was Xingzhongtian. After the domain was used, the sky suddenly tumbled, and instantly countless cracks appeared. The soul cultivators who charged into the domain became distorted. This was a sign that they were dying under the intense pressure of the dislocation space. The air was filled with screams. The soul cultivators' shrill voices made everyone panic. Since City Lord Sheng comprehended a domain, why didn't he use it before? After the domain is formed, the dislocation space will be at his fingertips. Even those soul cultivators won't be able to escape, someone asked. After a moment, Hongming frowned and said, City Lord Sheng's domain is not stable. Although he has comprehended a domain, the strength of his divine sense can't keep up. City Lord Sheng is indeed the #1 genius cultivator in Snowfield City. He comprehended a domain at the second stage true form realm. However, if he wants to control a domain, he has to be at least at the late stage true form realm, or even at the peak. Most cultivators had already reached this level, but their perception was not enough. It was difficult for them to comprehend the existence of the realm, field, and domain. However, Xingzhongtian was the opposite. He had comprehended a domain long ago, but the strength of his divine sense could not keep up. After holding on for half an hour, Xingzhongtian fell from midair. Just as he was about to fall into the quicksand river, a flying sword cut across the sky and brought his body to the feet of everyone. Everyone stand back. Leave these soul cultivators to me, Qinfen said. Qinfen's voice was calm and steady, as if he were surrounded by thousands of soul cultivators, completely unaffected by the situation. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 21-25. The few of them didn't have time to think about how Qinfen was fine despite being in the black fog. They immediately grabbed Xingzhongtian and escaped to the periphery of the quicksand river. Even though they were thousands of meters away from the quicksand river, Hongming and the rest could still clearly sense the powerful aura of those ghosts. That aura was like a rotting corpse. It was filled with death and despair and was devouring everyone's consciousness bit by bit. City, Lord Sheng, have you found the immortal stone array? At that moment, numerous figures rushed over from all directions. Wang Luzhongming was the first to land. He looked at the unconscious Xingzhongtian and asked anxiously, "What happened to City Lord Sheng?" Hongming said, "City Lord Sheng used his domain forcefully. I'm afraid his spiritual consciousness was damaged and he fainted." Another few figures landed beside everyone. They were the almighties from the other two teams. However, The number of people in those two teams had obviously decreased. It seemed like they had died while searching for the immortal stone array. There had been more than 20 Almighties who had come. Now, only 13 of them were left standing in the black sand. After Hong Ming explained the current situation, Wang Lu Zhongming and the rest looked solemn. They had thought that the West Sea continent was saved. They hadn't expected that it had all been a fantasy. The figure in the black fog is young Hero Qin? He's already dead? Nie Yuan looked at the black chi whirlpool above the quicksand river in shock. Young Hero Qin isn't dead. He flew out from under the quicksand river. Those powerful ghosts don't seem to be able to hurt him, the West Sea Trade Association's vice president said. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand what was happening. The soul cultivators in the quicksand river were extremely powerful. Their spiritual consciousness attacks made the group of true-form Almighties not dare to go near them. How could Qin Fin survive being surrounded by thousands of soul cultivators? No one could figure out how Qin Fin had done it. However, what happened next shocked the Almighties even more. An intense magnetic field seemed to surge from Qin Fin's body, forming a distorted space. The soul cultivators in that space started to turn illusory. Cracks appeared on the human-shaped black fog, and their bodies were split into countless pieces. The fragments began to fuse chaotically and finally turned into a large mass of black fog. The newly formed black fog slowly rotated in the distorted magnetic field, forming a second black fog vortex. One whirlpool of black fog was spinning in the middle of the quicksand river, covering half of the quicksand river. The other whirlpool of black fog was above the quicksand river, as if stirring up the sky. When these two vortexes connected, they formed an incomparably spectacular scene, like a giant hourglass that connected heaven and earth. "What's that?" Nie Yuan cried out in surprise. It seems to be the venue where young swordsman Qin performed his skills. Wang Lu Zhongming's tone was uncertain. Young Hero Qin is able to comprehend the existence of the arena at such a young age. There's no one else like him in the entire West Sea continent. It's a pity that things don't bode well for him this time. I wonder if he can survive? I keep feeling that young Hero Qin's field is a little different. He has clearly comprehended the field of small success. But why is the magnetic field of his field so strong? Only after Dark North Demon Sovereign asked this question did everyone realize the problem. Everyone present was a peak disaster transformation stage and true form realm mighty figures. They had long comprehended the existence of the field of small success. Some of them had even comprehended the field of small success. However, everyone quickly discovered the uniqueness of Qin Fun's field. The magnetic field of his field of small success was abnormally strong, even surpassing the field of small success. These powerful mighty figures also knew that using the field of small success consumed a lot of divine sense. With their current level of cultivation, they could barely support the field of small success. They were completely unable to use the field to its fullest potential. But Qin Fin had done it. He was only a first-stage disaster transformation stage, but he was able to control the field of small success to the point of perfection. His divine sense seemed endless. Even Wang Lu Zhongming and the others couldn't understand it. At that moment, all the mighty figures present had an epiphany. They seemed to have rediscovered the true meaning of field, and field. Perhaps the so-called field of small success was only what they thought it was. In front of a true, godly venerable, they might not even be able to touch the edge of the field. For example, Qin Fin was only at the initial level of mastery in the field, but the magnetic field he was able to create was far stronger than anyone else's field. Even humanoid soul cultivators with incredibly powerful divine sense were affected by the field. Only Qin Fin knew that he wasn't disrupting the soul cultivators, he was killing them. The angelic soul chant circulated rapidly. Qin Fin's divine sense seemed to solidify. With a thought, countless divine sense blade slashed out, slicing the soul cultivators in the field of small success into pieces. The pieces had already lost their consciousness. They began to spin and merge like air, slowly forming a black mist whirlpool in the air. Qin Fen was getting more and more ferocious. His divine sense attacks filled the air. The soul cultivators that came out of the quicksand river were instantly killed. Some of them didn't even know how they died before they even got to the surface. After the powerful soul cultivators died, they transformed into black crystals that fell onto the riverbank. Qin Fen was no stranger to soul crystals like this. Back on the 8th floor of the 13 palaces, he had killed a half-human soul cultivator and acquired more than 3,000 of them. Compared to the soul crystals in the 13 palaces, the soul crystals in the quicksand river were even more perfect. Each soul crystal was the size of a goose egg, and they glowed with a black, agate-like luster. Qin Fen immediately began to absorb the soul crystals. These soul crystals contain the powerful divine sense of a soul cultivator and were the best resource to improve the strength of one's divine sense. An hour later, a loud sound came from the sky. It was the sound of Qin Fen's sea of consciousness breaking through. Wang Liashangming and the others didn't know what was going on, and they all looked worried. Not good. Young hero Qin seems to have exploded. It's not just his physical body exploding. His divine sense seems to have exploded as well. No matter how powerful young hero Qin is, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, no one can survive a place like the quicksand river. This time, everyone didn't have any hope. Even Hongming let out a long sigh. A cloud of black fog floated over. A second ago it was in the sky, but when they opened their eyes it was as if it was right above their heads. The black fog covered the sky, and it was even denser than the 2 black fog vortexes above the quicksand river. A strong aura of death enveloped the entire quicksand river. Ayaya, which daring person is absorbing this king's resources? Do you believe that this king won't turn you into a ghost? You'll never be able to reincarnate like those soul cultivators. A strange cry came from the black fog. Wang Liashangming exclaimed, "That's the voice of the Dead Sea Ghost King." Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why the Ghost King had suddenly appeared. Actually, the Ghost King had appeared once when they first entered the quicksand river. But now, everyone understood that the Ghost King was just a divine sense clone. It was similar to the soul cultivators in the quicksand river. Since the Ghost King had used that clone to force everyone into the quicksand river, it meant that he didn't intend to do it himself. He wanted everyone to die in the quicksand river. But the black fog floating in the sky was obviously the Ghost King's real body. His arrival surprised everyone. Something even more unexpected happened. After the Ghost King appeared, he didn't care about Nieyuan and the others. He directly took out a black gas and rushed into the black fog vortex in the sky. Qin Fen immediately felt danger approaching. He casually sent out a palm in an attempt to block the Ghost King's black gas attack. However, the ferocious true essence palm imprint passed through the black fog. It was as if the black fog didn't exist. Rumble. The true essence palm imprint exploded in the sky, and it felt like the sky was shaking. At the same time, the black fog collided with Qin Fen's body. There wasn't a violent movement as expected, but only Qin Fen could hear a violent sound coming from his divine sense. Qin Fen's expression changed drastically. The opponent had used a divine sense attack. But what he was shocked about was not the divine sense attack itself, but the Ghost King's divine sense had reached a shocking level. The Ghost King's divine sense had condensed into a substance, and it was the black fog that he had brought with him. Qin Fen had been killed in one blow. The Ghost King's voice was filled with doubt. "Huh? You and Aunt didn't die?" Qin Fen understood the Ghost King's current mood. With the powerful divine sense attack of the Ghost King's attack, even a true form realm mighty figure would be killed instantly if they underestimated the enemy. Qin Fen was only at the early stage disaster transformation realm. In the Ghost King's eyes, he was even weaker than an ant. Originally, Qin Fun had planned to kill the powerful soul cultivators in the Quicksand River and then absorb the soul crystals to break through to the Divine Sense Sea. After the Ghost King appeared, he completely dispelled this idea. The souls in the Quicksand River were obviously raised by the Ghost King. Qin Fun was blatantly devouring his resources. This was no different from courting death. Just as Qin Fun was about to rush to the bottom of the Quicksand River and continue searching for the immortal stone array, an old voice sounded. "It's really lively here. Qin Fun, I really have to thank you." The person's voice was still echoing in the sky, but his figure was already floating above the Quicksand River. Countless black shadows jumped out of the Quicksand River and tried to invade the person's body. But before they could get close to the person, the human-shaped black fog distorted and eventually disappeared. Who is this person? He seems to know young Hero Qin. Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others were stunned. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly, the person's aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation level was obviously higher than everyone else's. Hong Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Senior He? This person doesn't have to hate Senior He." The crowd was stunned. Not long ago, Qin Fun had mentioned he need to hate. This mighty figure was the sect leader of the All Heaven sect, one of the few 9-star sects in the Eastfield continent. He was a god who had shaken the entire divine continent 100 years ago. When Qin Fun mentioned he need to hate, everyone was still in disbelief. Now that they saw Senior He standing above the Quicksand River as if he was having fun, they had no choice but to accept the truth. "Senior He, why are you here?" Qin Fun's expression changed as he suddenly thought of a possibility. He need to hate smiled. "You're right. I deliberately told you the new location of the immortal stone array so that you could help me find it. Once I find it, I'll come and take some resources. This is what I've been doing ever since I came out of the cave abode in the Violet Cloud Mountains." Chapter 21-26. Qin Fun suddenly realized that he had been used. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. "You want to take away the immortal stones in the formation?" Qin Fun asked. He Shu-Hin did not hide anything. "That's right. Not only do I want to take away the immortal stones, but I also want to take away the devouring celestial bug. You could have sneaked into the Quicksand River without anyone noticing. Why did you show yourself? Why did you tell them?" Qin Fun did not understand. He Shu-Hin laughed. "Because of the spirits here. Who wouldn't be tempted by these spirits with powerful consciousness? I can use them to nurture the devouring celestial bug." Qin Fun's expression changed. He knew that he Shu-Hin had a gourd treasure that could take away the devouring celestial bug. The devouring celestial bug was already extremely powerful. If it absorbed the spirits in the Quicksand River, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, several balls of black mist rushed towards He Shu-Hin. Ghost King's strange laughter came from the Quicksand River. "He he he, another ignorant ant. The spirits in the Quicksand River are nurtured by me. Since when is it your turn to enjoy them?" Ghost King did not recognize He Shu-Hin and did not take him seriously at all. However, when the balls of black mist surrounded He Shu-Hin slapped lightly. The black mist around him immediately dissipated. At the same time, a giant vital essence hand fell and slapped Ghost King's head. Rumble! The power of that palm shocked everyone. It was as if 5 thunders had struck. Ghost King's black mist dissipated. One could even vaguely see his figure. He must have been seriously injured by that palm. He let out a strange cry of pain. Quicksand River suddenly boiled. Thousands of spirits turned into black mist and rushed out. They quickly gathered around Ghost King. The sky was completely covered. Not even a trace of light could be reflected. What a powerful vital essence attack. Senior, he must have stepped into the true God realm. Not just true God. He must have reached the peak of true God. He is only one step away from the celestial realm. Don't celebrate too early. We don't know if the senior he is a friend or foe. Hongming and the rest were shocked by He Shuhen's power. However, Qin Fin did not think that the palm was a vital essence attack. It was a divine sense attack. He. An ant like you dares to behave atrociously in the quicksand river of the Dead Sea? No matter what realm you're at, you'll only die here. As the Ghost King's voice floated out, the thick black mist around him was like water ripples. He Shuhen's expression was indifferent. Another palm struck out. The handprint blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It seemed to be an incomparably powerful true essence attack, but in fact it was a handprint attack condensed from a formidable divine sense. There was a loud explosion. When the spiritual sense giant hand touched the black fog in the sky, it was like a flame burning on gasoline, instantly exploding up and down. Shrill cries could be heard coming from the sky above Quicksand River. Those cries were transmitted through a powerful divine consciousness. Even ultimate gods like Hongming felt uncomfortable and uneasy. Ayaya, who are you? Why are you going against the ghost cultivators of the Dead Sea? After 2 short exchanges, the Ghost King had already realized that there was no need for hatred to be powerful. The Dead Sea was the world of ghost cultivators. The Ghost King believed that he was an invincible existence in the Dead Sea. Even if Hongming and the other true form mighty figures joined forces, they would still suffer heavy casualties. However, the Ghost King had no way to deal with He Shuhen. He even felt the threat of death. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt that way. It was extremely unfamiliar and extremely terrifying. You don't deserve to know my name. I don't have time to deal with you either. I advise you to get lost immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a piece of trash like you first. He Shuhen's cold voice reverberated through the sky. The spirits in the black mist let out angry cries. It was probably the first time they had been threatened by someone. The Ghost King was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How dare someone call him a piece of trash? When He Shuhen said those harsh words, He Shuhen no longer cared about the Ghost King and the wandering spirits in the sky. He flipped his hand, and an exquisite little gourd appeared in it. It was the first time the ultimate gods of Snowfield City had seen such a Dharma treasure. They were confused. However, Qin Fin, Hongming, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Senior He, what are you doing? Qin Fin cried out involuntarily. He had already guessed He Shuhen's intentions. However, the latter didn't reply at all. When the seal on the gourd was opened, a gust of black qi surged out. The black qi was different from the black mist above Quicksand River. It formed a contrast between the 2 colors. When the black qi flew out from the gourd, it instantly pounced on the spirits in the sky. Not good. Those are devouring celestial insects. Everyone, leave this place quickly. Qin Fin hurriedly reminded Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others. However, the cultivators of Snowfield City were still in a daze. Or rather, they wanted to personally witness the power of the devouring celestial insects. The sky was quickly covered by the devouring celestial insects. The screams of the spirits could be heard. The devouring celestial insects could devour almost anything. Powerful divine senses with their top-notch devouring resources. Aha! What kind of damned insects are these? Stop right now. The Ghost King was so angry that he screamed when he saw the spirits that he had nurtured for many years being devoured in an instant. He Shuhen acted as if he didn't hear him. When he released all the devouring celestial insects from the gourd, he jumped into Quicksand River. The crowd was shocked. In the eyes of Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others, Quicksand River was a place of certain death. Even they who were at the periphery felt immense pressure. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if they entered Quicksand River. However, before they could completely calm down from their shock, they saw Qin Fin jump into Quicksand River. His voice came from the sky. Senior Hongming, quickly bring everyone away from here. I will think of a way to repair the celestial stone array. When his voice reverberated in everyone's mind, Qin Fun was long gone. This time, even the Ghost King was stunned. He thought that he was the only person in the entire West Sea continent who dared to enter Quicksand River. He didn't expect that 2 more people would appear today. TSK, TSK, TSK. You 2 ants who don't know the difference between life and death. You actually dared to enter the Quicksand River. This time, even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they won't be able to save you. A moment later, the Ghost King laughed maniacally. The black fog around his body surged like a surging tsunami. The black fog fell from the sky into Quicksand River. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. When Qin Fin entered Quicksand River again, he immediately felt that the situation was not good. Although there had been divine sense attacks from the Quicksand River before, the number of divine sense attacks couldn't compare to the number of divine sense attacks. Qin Fin felt that the billions of divine sense, nurtured by the Quicksand River, were surging towards him. The aura seemed to be able to destroy the world. Buzz. Qin Fin no longer had any thoughts of chasing after why need hate. He immediately activated the soul homecoming technique and the creation of heaven and earth technique. At the same time, he also put on the life immortal armor. A white barrier appeared around his body. This was the light emitted by the life immortal armor. This white light was like a lighthouse in the middle of the night. It felt like it would be swallowed by the darkness at any time, but it still emitted a faint light. When the soul homecoming technique was activated, Qin Fun's thoughts moved slightly. Several divine sense blades slashed out. The black river was sliced into a vacuum. Wherever the divine sense passed through, the divine sense instantly dissipated. It was only now that Qin Fun realized the true nature of Quicksand River. This wasn't a river, but a place formed by billions of divine sense. The river water that everyone saw flowing with the naked eye was actually the aura of divine sense drifting about. After the truth was revealed, Qin Fun had a clearer idea of how to enter the Quicksand River. All he needed to do was kill all the divine sense in front of him and open a bloody path. He started to crazily throw out divine sense attacks. Miserable screams resounded in his ears. The divine sense that was killed turned into black soul crystals and was immediately absorbed by Qin Fin. This was a virtuous cycle. Qin Fun's sea of divine sense was constantly nourished by the soul crystals. He felt like he would never get tired. Unknowingly, his divine sense attacks became several times stronger. Rumble. Half a day later, a loud sound echoed in Qin Fun's mind. His sea of divine sense improved again. At the same time, the soul homecoming technique also underwent a great change. When he felt the divine sense attacks again, Qin Fin suddenly discovered that the divine sense blade had already condensed into a long saber. It even had saber chi. Moreover, the saber chi extended for hundreds of meters. When the saber slashed down, countless divine sense was instantly annihilated. This was a battle without true essence attacks. However, it was much more ferocious than a collision of true essence. When Qin Fun's divine sense was activated, the divine sense blades were annihilated. The color of Quicksand River has faded. Wang Lu Zhongming and the others didn't leave. They stood on a black mountain peak several miles away and looked into the distance. It really seems to have faded. What's going on? I understand. There's no water in Quicksand River. The black river we see is actually formed by divine sense. Now, the sky above Quicksand River is occupied by countless celestial devouring insects. They are devouring divine sense crazily. That's why the color of Quicksand River has faded. Hong Ming analyzed. Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Wang Lu Zhongming said, "If that's the case, we can also enter Quicksand River. I wonder if young Hero Qin survived? Let's go and take a look now." Hong Ming was extremely anxious and prepared to fly over. However, Shen Zhongtian stopped her. Everyone, don't be anxious. We definitely have to go down to Quicksand River to take a look. However, the sky above Quicksand River is occupied by celestial devouring insects. With our cultivation levels, we'll just be sending ourselves to death if we go. Although the threat of the divine sense blades was gradually weakening, Hong Ming forgot about the danger of the celestial devouring insects. After Sheng Zhongtian's reminder, Hong Ming immediately dismissed the idea of rushing over. Not long ago, he had personally witnessed the terror of the celestial devouring insects at the Demon Peak. These insects had almost devoured the entire Demon Peak. Fortunately, He Shu Hin had collected them with his gourd. At that moment, Qin Fuan's thought surged. He suddenly comprehended a new realm. First, he used the field to bind the escaping divine sense blades. At the same time, he used divine sense blades to kill them. Through this process, Qin Fan realized that he could set up various formations in the area affected by the field. He could even set up divine sense blades. Once the formation was formed, the divine sense blades could be preserved. Every time he used the field, the divine sense blades would automatically activate. With this idea, Qin Fan immediately set up a simple sword formation in the field. Moreover, the so-called sword techniques were all divine sense blades. Chapter 21-27. Whoosh! The sword formation was formed, and in an instant, countless sword shadows flew out in the field. Those sword shadows were not real swords or sabers, but attacks formed by divine sense. The spiritual sense sword technique fell like raindrops, and as long as the Yin souls were shrouded in the field, they would instantly turn into ashes. The color of Quicksand River has lightened again. It feels like those ghosts are about to be exterminated. What a powerful magnetic field. What's up with that rain of swords? That should be a battlefield. Can he use a battlefield to kill Yin souls? Could that person be young Hero Qin? That's not a field, it's a domain. Sheng Zhongtian stared at the sword rain in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Everyone's expression changed drastically. City Lord Sheng, are you joking? Did that person use a domain? Moreover, you can easily control domains. That person should be Senior He. It's not strange for Senior He to be able to use domain. No, that's young Hero Qin. Qin Fan couldn't hear the crowd's discussion, so he didn't know that he had unknowingly comprehended a domain. Qin Feng looked at the rain of swords, and a white light flashed in his mind. He thought of the god's finger sex, godly skill, 9 pulse, godly sword, 9 meridians, godly sword, 10,000 swords become one. Sword formation forms domain, outer realm flight. When Qin Feng challenged Sword Peak, he obtained the 9 pulse godly sword and gave it to Ah Ke. Now that Qin Feng thought about the heart of the sword technique, he was suddenly enlightened. So I've already comprehended the existence of domains. Qin Fan sighed inwardly. However, I still haven't mastered the 9 pulse godly sword technique. When I mastered it, flying in outer space should be referring to flying into the immortal world. When Qin Feng first obtained the 9 pulse godly sword secret manual, because his cultivation level was too low, he was unable to comprehend the profound meaning of the Heart Sutra. Now that he read it again, he was completely enlightened. The sword domain was formed, and killing intent was everywhere. The ghosts in the Quicksand River no longer had a place to hide. Like lonely ghosts exposed to the light, they instantly disappeared in the rain of swords. The Sand River, which was originally shrouded in black fog, gradually became clear. Qin Fan's silhouette could be faintly seen. Hong Ming and the others completely confirmed his identity. That's really young Hero Qin. Didn't he just comprehend the initial success? Why did you suddenly come into contact with the existence of a domain? Everyone was in disbelief. Qin Feng had created too many miracles. Sheng Zhongtian's eyes shone brightly. He looked into the distance and sighed. There are many extraordinary people on the path of cultivation. I thought I was already a peerless genius, but compared to young Hero Qin, I'm just a useless cultivator. Not only has young Hirochin touched the edge of the domain, but he can even use his powerful divine sense to control the domain. He is far above me." His words shocked the crowd even more. Earlier, Shang Zhongtian had been forced to unleash his domain. Although he had managed to kill a large number of soul cultivators, his sea of consciousness had been seriously injured, and he had fallen unconscious. Now that he was able to use Qin Fun's domain freely, it meant that Qin Fun's spirit sense was stronger than his. Qin Fun was only at the disaster transformation stage. How could his spirit sense surpass that of a truth form mighty being? It didn't take long for everyone to feel relieved. He couldn't treat Qin Feng like an ordinary cultivator. He was a peerless genius, and there might not be a second person like him in the entire divine supreme continent. Under the frenzied slaughter of the sword domain, the spirits in the quicksand river weakened rapidly. The original appearance of the river gradually appeared, and it was no different from the surrounding black sand. Suddenly, a thick cloud of fog fell from the sky, heading straight for Qin Fun. "Aya, you human ant, how dare you destroy the spirits I've painstakingly nurtured for so many years? Today, I will refine you into a spirit and let you have a taste of your own medicine." The Ghost King had appeared again because he had no other choice. After witnessing He Shuhin's power, he had immediately fled. But now that Qin Fin had killed almost all the spirits in the quicksand river, if he didn't come out now, all his efforts would have been in vain. "Noisy!" Before the black fog fell to the ground, Qin Fin pointed at the sky. Several beams of sword chi shot out. He had an epiphany on the 9-pulse divine sword. The sword chi was also condensed from his divine sense, and it instantly broke through the black fog, heading straight for the sky. The Ghost King was still charging at Qin Fin when suddenly there was a loud noise. Rumble! The black fog in the sky exploded and quickly dissipated. The figure hidden in the black fog finally appeared. Under the black robe was a skinny body with almost no flesh and black skin stuck to the skeleton. His facial features were distorted, and his eyeballs were hanging in his eye sockets as if they would fall out at any time. How is this possible? The Ghost King was so shocked that he didn't even care about the explosion of the black fog around him. "You're just an early-stage disaster transformation cultivator. How can your divine sense be so strong?" The Ghost King asked the question that everyone had in their hearts. Qin Fin didn't bother to answer. He activated his mind, and the sword domain instantly spread to the space where the Ghost King was standing. Instantly, the sword chi rained down, poking the Ghost King into a hornet's nest. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. The Ghost King's body exploded, and thick black fog floated out of his body, covering the sky in an instant. There was a black ball of light hidden in the black fog, and it quickly escaped. Even if one looked closely, it would be hard to notice. "Humph. Want to leave? I think you should just die." Qin Fun's voice resounded. The sword domain had already spread for dozens of miles. When the sword rain appeared, the Ghost King's soul completely disappeared from the divine supreme mainland. A strange aura floated on the endless quicksand river. Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Young Hirochin killed the Ghost King of the Dead Sea. The Ghost King should really be dead. I can't feel a trace of his aura for dozens of miles. In fact, the Ghost King's cultivation wasn't high, but his divine sense was extremely strong. He specifically cultivated and devoured souls to strengthen his divine sense. Since Qin Fin could control the sword domain, it was obvious that his divine sense was also very strong. It was reasonable that he could kill the Ghost King. Shang Zhongtian analyzed. While they were discussing intensely, Qin Fin had already jumped into the quicksand river. Now that there were not many souls left in the quicksand river, the black river became shallow and did not pose any threat to Qin Fin. With a palm strike, a crack appeared in the river. The crack was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Dozens of black fog leaped out from it. This was obviously a soul cultivator, and he was stronger than the human-shaped soul cultivators in the Quicksand River. However, strength was relative. The strength of their divine sense was worlds apart from Qin Fun's. With just a few divine sense blades, the soul cultivators who wanted to attack Qin Fun were instantly killed. Qin Fun did not even have time to collect the soul crystals. He immediately jumped into the crack, wanting to find the immortal stone formation as soon as possible. The underground was pitch black and gloomy, and the strange screams of the soul cultivators could be heard. This sound was actually a type of divine sense attack. If low-level cultivators heard it, they would most likely be affected. However, it did not affect Qin Fun at all. Whenever a soul cultivator flew close, Qin Fun would use his divine sense to kill them. After falling for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Fun finally felt the ground under his feet. He immediately looked around. The environment under the Quicksand River was similar to the surface. It was also a vast expanse of black sand. "Senior He, what are you doing?" Qin Fun quickly scanned He Shu-hin with his divine sense and immediately flew over on his sword. He Shu-hin had probably subdued the celestial devouring insects in the Spirit Pith Pond and was now attacking the immortal stone formation. "You'd better mind your own business, kid. Otherwise, I won't care if you're a tribulation taker or not. I'll kill you with one palm strike all the same." He Shu-hin had no intention of stopping. Qin Fun was already angry about being used as a pawn, now that He Shu-hin wanted to break the new immortal stone formation. He didn't hesitate to use his divine sense blade. There was a shadow of the blade, but no movement could be heard. Or rather, the movement of the divine sense attack was in the mind and could only be detected through divine sense. Qin Fun's blade was incomparably fierce, and it hit He Shu-hin instantly. He Shu-hin felt his divine sense tremble, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He even stopped his attack. "Sword domain? You're an early-stage disaster transformation cultivator, and you've comprehended a domain?" He Shu-hin looked at Qin Fun in disbelief. Even he was surprised. Qin Fun didn't have time to explain. Seeing that the attack of the domain seemed to be effective, he immediately used his domain to envelop He Shu-hin. Swish! 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 The sword domain formed, and a rain of swords flew. The sword shadows contained both true essence and divine sense attacks. However, He Shu-hin stood within Qin Fun's domain, not retreating at all. His expression was as calm as ever. When the sword chi was about to land on him, a powerful magnetic field surged out from his body, flooding Qin Fun's domain like a tsunami. The two domains collided fiercely, like two seas merging, and thousands of huge waves were stirred up. After a fierce battle, Qin Fun's domain began to gradually disappear, and he couldn't even use his sword skills. What's going on? Qin Fun had just comprehended a domain, and he didn't understand what was going on. He Shu-hin sneered. "Kid, your domain hasn't even reached initial success. You can only fuse other attacks into your domain. If you hadn't absorbed a large number of soul crystals to improve your sea of divine sense, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to touch the existence of a domain." He Shu-hin understood what Qin Fun's domain was, and his previous shock disappeared. Qin Fun tried to attack again, but to no avail. He yelled at He Shu-hin, "Senior He, why do you want to break the new immortal stone array?" He Shu-hin's attacks were fierce, and the immortal stone array was on the verge of collapse. "I want the immortal stones in the compass, so I have to break this array." Qin Fun said angrily, "You don't care about the destruction of the entire West Sea continent for your own benefit. You're too selfish." "Ha! Selfish? The divine supreme continent is a place where the strong are respected. Who isn't selfish? Moreover, the 1,000-year tribulation is coming. According to my prediction, this tribulation is related to the immortal stone array in front of us. It should be the heaven-sealing tribulation. If I don't ascend to the immortal realm soon, I'll never be able to step into the immortal realm." Qin Fun couldn't agree with He Shu-hin. He didn't care about the lives of billions of cultivators in the West Sea continent to ascend to the immortal realm. But he could understand Hishuhin's feelings. For a peak expert like him, his life goal was to ascend to the immortal realm. To achieve this goal, there was nothing he couldn't do. Chapter 21-28. Hishuhin continued, "Moreover, when I ascend to the celestial realm, I will seek revenge on the bastards who set up the celestial stone formation. This can also be considered as helping the cultivators of the divine continent." Qin Feng said in shock, "You know who set up the immortal stone formation?" "Who else could it be? Isn't it the Kobe faction of the Dongya continent? In order to rule over the divine continent, they set up the celestial stone great spell formation hundreds of years ago. They wanted to make the divine continent's spiritual energy so scarce that it would not be able to meet the requirements of the fairy realm. Then they would be able to conquer this continent," Shisu said angrily. Chu Fan's note in the Nine Heavens, Snow Domain, mentioned the secret of the Kobe clan. Now that Hishuhin mentioned the Kobe clan, he was sure of the truth. Why is the Kobe Gate doing this? Could it be that they don't even allow their disciples to become fairies? Qin Feng was confused. Hishuhin laughed coldly. "You are too naive. If a sect wants to be strong forever, they must constantly train new disciples. The Kobe faction will not give up on their descendants. Their base is not affected by the immortal stone grand formation. It is the only place on the divine continent where people can ascend to immortality normally." "A normal fairy?" Qin Feng asked. "Then if I am not a normal fairy, do I have to tear through the void and enter the fairy world?" "That's right, but how many people in the entire divine continent are capable of tearing through the void?" Shisu said hatefully. "If that's the case, didn't the great Tao ultimate God also tear space and leave the divine world? Could it be that the great immortal stone array already existed at that time? But senior great Tao divinity should be an almighty from thousands of years ago, right?" Qin Feng had new doubts. A great path ultimate God is different. He's a peerless ultimate God and the one who triggered the thunder tribulation. He's hindered by the heavenly way and has to tear the space apart to become a deity, said Hisu hatefully. Qin Feng was speechless. Doesn't that mean I have to tear the void to become a celestial? An ordinary celestial ascendant is just a low-grade existence in the celestial world. Those who can tear open the void and ascend are also almighty existences in the celestial world. What you should do now is to quickly raise your cultivation level and not waste any more time here. He didn't want to talk to Qin Feng anymore, so he continued to attack the celestial stone formation. Qin Feng knew that he couldn't stop Hisu Hen, so he could only watch Hisu Hen's actions. 2 hours later, a loud sound came from underground, and the sky and earth shook violently. Cracks appeared on the immortal stone compass, and in the end, it exploded into ruins. 108 immortal stones fell, and were all taken away by Hishuhin. Tribulation brat, I'll make a move first. With these immortal stones, I have a 50% chance of ascending to the immortal realm. Hishuhin's voice was still echoing in the sky, but he had already disappeared. After a while, Qin Feng also flew out of the ground. When he returned to the sky above Quicksand River, he discovered that the outside world had changed greatly. Cracks appeared in the black sky, forming countless small black holes. Those black holes had merged with the black fog and were hard to distinguish with the naked eye. However, when he used his divine sense to scan them, he found that there were many places that he could not even see the end of. Several figures flew over. Hongming shouted in surprise, "Young Hero Qin, is that really you? You're actually fine." Hongming wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. The rest of the Almighties were also in disbelief. From the moment that Qin Feng had jumped into the bottom of Quicksand River, everyone had given up hope that he would survive. Later, cracks had appeared in the sky above the Dead Sea, which meant that the immortal stone array had failed to repair itself. Everyone had thought that Qin Feng had died. Senior Hongming, the immortal stone array was destroyed by Hishuhin. Qin Fen immediately explained the situation. Everyone was shocked. Senior, he destroyed the immortal stone array? Why would he do that? Hong Ming didn't understand. There are many immortal stones in the compass of the immortal stone array. He Shuhin took those immortal stones in preparation for ascension. Qin Fen said, Senior, he has indeed reached the peak of the true form realm. He is only one step away from ascension. For the sake of his own strength, he did not hesitate to cause the cultivators of the entire divine continent to fall into a disaster. How can such a person be called a senior? Now that the immortal stone array has been destroyed again, is there no hope for the West Sea continent? All their efforts had been in vain. At that moment, everyone's feelings were imaginable. Qin Fen hadn't expected such an outcome. Actually, from the moment He Shuhin had appeared on the Demon Peak, everything had been within his calculations. Everyone was just his chess piece. When He Shuhin left, tell me that the new immortal stone array base will appear in the East Sea continent's Kobe sect, Qin Fen said. The East Sea continent's Kobe sect? That is one of the top sects of the divine continent. Are we going to attack the East Sea continent? Attacking the East Sea continent is definitely not realistic. Although we have already entered the top ranks of cultivators in the West Sea continent, I am afraid that we are only considered above average in the East Sea continent. Don't even mention a 9-star sect like the Kobe sect. I am afraid that any elder of an 8-star sect would be able to destroy all of us. Sheng Zhongtian shook his head and sighed. Their last glimmer of hope had been destroyed. Everyone was completely out of ideas. Qin Fen said, Now that things have come to this, we can only accept reality and find other countermeasures as soon as possible. I think everyone should return to Charm City and Snowfield City to take a look. I wonder what the situation is over there. Everyone had no other choice but to leave with Qin Fen. When they flew out of the Dead Sea, the sky finally became bright again. However, the sky above the West Sea continent was no longer the same as before. It was filled with cracks and black holes of all sizes. The suction of those black holes was extremely strong. Even Qin Fen and the others only dared to walk on the ground. They did not choose to fly on their swords. The situation is more serious than we thought. Hong Ming let out a long sigh. Sheng Zhongtian frowned and said, It seems like the West Sea continent's fate has come. It needs to experience destruction before it can be reborn. I wonder what the situation is like in the other 3 continents. Will it be the same as the West Sea continent? At the same time, the cultivators of the West Sea continent were in a panic. Cracks appeared in the sky of Snowfield City, Charm City, the Dead Sea, and the Misty Valley. What's going on? Could it be the power of a true form Almighty? No matter how powerful a true form Almighty is, he can't make cracks appear in the entire void. I heard that the Millennium Tribulation is coming. Could it be this heavenly tribulation? The West Sea continent is going to be destroyed. Everyone, hurry up and escape to the other continents. All sorts of rumors spread. The people of the West Sea continent were in a state of panic, forming a huge migration wave. However, a few days later, someone discovered the secret of the black holes in the sky. There was an array door in these black holes. A cultivator had accidentally entered the array door and been teleported to an unknown place. Later, more and more cultivators gathered at the array door and tried to pass through it. After all, staying in the West Sea continent would only mean death. Going to the other continents was easier said than done. This array door that had appeared out of nowhere was a glimmer of hope. When he heard the news, Qin Fen immediately led Hong Ming and the others to the array door. The array door was hidden in a group of black holes. If that cultivator had not been lucky enough to enter the array door by mistake, no one would have discovered the existence of this teleportation array. Young Hero Qin, can you see where this array door is going? Sheng Zhongtian asked. He Qianjin and Nie Yuan were also there. These 2 big bosses of array formations from Snowfield City and Charm City stared at the sky. but they could not see through the secret of the teleportation array. Qin Fun threw out several array flags and outlined the outline of the array door. The array aura was ancient and familiar, which made Qin Fun's heart flutter. It's actually an intercontinent teleportation array. Qin Fun exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Intercontinent teleportation array? Which continent is it going to? Hong Ming blurted out. Qin Fun shook his head. He could not tell. However, back then, he had entered the snow-field sacred land through the teleportation array above the Purple Cloud Mountains. Could it be that this void teleportation array door was going back to the North Sand Continent? If it was really going to the North Sand Continent, Qin Fun could not help but worry. With the current cultivation level of the North Sand Continent, it was impossible for them to go against the cultivators of the West Sea Continent. However, he did not dare to step into the array door directly. If this array door was not going to the North Sand Continent, but to the Eastfield Continent, it would be troublesome. I don't know where it is going. It might be going to the North Sand Continent. Back then, I was teleported to Snowfield City through the void teleportation array door, Qin Fun said honestly. If it's an array door that leads to the North Sand Continent, then things will be easy. Hong Ming revealed a surprised expression. The others also saw a glimmer of hope. This was because Qin Fun was from the North Sand Continent. With his cultivation level, he was definitely standing at the peak of the North Sand Continent. If they followed Qin Fun to the North Sand Continent, they would not have to worry about being suppressed. However, it could also lead to the South Flat Continent or the Eastfield Continent. Qin Fun dampened their hopes. The few powerful cultivators started discussing. No matter where this array door is going, it is the last hope of the West Sea Continent. If we continue to stay here, we will die, Wang Lu Zhongming said. It's fine if it leads to the North Sand Continent or the South Flat Continent. I'm just afraid that it will be teleported to the Eastfield Continent. Should we enter the array together or teleport separately? It was a difficult choice. If they entered the array door, it would be equivalent to giving up on all their efforts in the West Sea Continent. However, if they did not leave, what awaited them would be death. I won't leave first. Since this teleportation array has appeared, I believe that there will be other changes in a few days. Hong Ming was the first to express her opinion. Nie Yuan sighed. This array door appeared out of thin air, and it might also disappear out of thin air. If we don't leave as soon as possible, when the array door disappears, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. After thinking for a moment, Nie Yuan leaped forward. Everyone, I'll go scout first. When you guys arrive, remember to look for me. With Nie Yuan leading the way, another 6 powerful cultivators entered the array door. In the end, Qin Fun chose to stay behind. If he wanted to return to the North Sand Continent, he could fly back through the Fallen God Sea. However, the array door in front of him was unknown. Qin Fun did not want to take this risk. Xing Zhongtian and Wang Lu Zhongming also stayed behind. Dark North Demon Marshal did not leave either. Firstly, they were unwilling to leave the West Sea Continent. Secondly, they felt that following Qin Fun's decision would give them a greater sense of security. Another half a month passed. The sky above the West Sea Continent did not show any signs of slowing down. The cracks in the sky became even denser, but the teleportation array door was still there. Qin Fun could not wait any longer. He planned to leave the West Sea Continent first, then drive the flying cloud cone back to the North Sand Continent. However, just as he made his decision, the long-awaited system's voice rang out in his mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. The new Hedonist Sovereign System interface has been updated. The Sovereign Star System has officially been activated.